Okay, it is 10 o'clock. I'd like to call the Board of County Commissioners meeting to order. It's July 18th, and we'll start with a salute to the flag. And President Sandoval, will you please lead us in the salute to the flag? Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Alexis Hill, Chair.
Here.
Jean Herman, Vice Chair. Mike Clark.
Present.
Mayor Luz Garcia.
Here.
Clara Andriola.
Present.
County Manager Eric Brown.
Here.
Assistant District Attorney Nate Edwards.
Here.
And I'm Lauren Morris, Deputy County Clerk. Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Mr. Manager, can you lead us into item 3, please?
Item 3 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information on board topics for future agendas.
Thank you very much. I'm looking to my board. Do we have any announcements as we start off? Commissioner Andriola, are you signing in? Yes. Okay.
I just wanted to share that I've had a few constituents reach out about the process in terms of reconsideration for library books. And I just wanted to share with everyone that there is a process. You can go to the Washoe County Library. You can look at policies and go to the collection policy link. There's a great explanation of the scope of collection and the management criteria, including various links that outline intellectual freedom through the American Library Association Bill of Rights, freedom to read, freedom to view, and the guidelines for the process. So there's a form that you submit, and I'm happy to help anyone if they need additional information. I'd also like to give a shout out to Debbie Steers, who manages that for the Washoe County Library. What a wealth of knowledge, just really dedicated to fulfilling her obligations for the library. And I'd also like to give kudos to the county manager for bringing Debbie here at a later scheduled meeting to share with everyone what that process is. So I'm looking forward to that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Vice Chair Herman has signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one this morning, and it's a thank you to the Health Department for getting out and starting to do something about the mosquitoes. I work outside a lot, and the mosquitoes really get to me, so I'm real happy about it.
That's great. Thank you for those kudos. I agree. They got on it. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is going to take a few minutes, so please don't gavel me down, Chair Hill. This is one of an important statement I'm going to make up here. Commissioner Garcia and I had an email exchange last week after the commission meeting, and she's sort of told me to put up or shut up, which I'm happy to do about the decorum of the commission meetings. I want to address Commissioner Garcia's comments during the last meeting, July 11th, and I want to second her sentiment about all of us attempting to get along. As you know, prior to becoming District 2 Commissioner, I was a county assessor. During that time, things got controversial, but nothing compared for my run for commission. During my run, I was spit on, cursed at in public, had a trailer tampered with, vandalized while I was, and lost the trailer while I was pulling it. Might seem like somebody had tampered with it. Some of the most awful things were said about me and my family, tried to knock me down, but instead, ever staying down, I was always got up to support my constituents. As everyone on this dais knows, I'm a commissioner for the people and take public comments seriously. I must ask that we all stop the attacks on individual people and come together and build bridges to make a stronger Washoe County. I've lived in Washoe County for over 25 years and plan to stay here. I've got one child who moved here to be closer to me. My daughter Megan and her husband Michael have raising their children here. This is my home. I'm not going anywhere. So let's talk about our differences on the dais and then find some common ground. I spent some time with Scott Meyer on the bike ride along the Truckee River Sunday morning. And for those of you who don't know, I have a commissioner ride along on the Truckee River for anybody who wants to ride along every other Sunday. We start out in Sparks. We ride right into the Hub Coffee shop and turn around and ride back. But it's a leisurely ride. We want people to get out and enjoy the river, see the river. I know a lot of people are afraid to go down on the river, so if we go in a group, it's probably people feel safer and more comfortable. And it's not a Tour de France type ride. We're just out having a Sunday ride. So anybody is invited to and welcome to join us. Anyhow, talking to Scott, so we could stop the yelling. Scott said something that did resonate with me, and he said it's the amount of frustration that's built up over the last 24 months and the mistrust people don't feel they can trust what Washoe County says. He also said it's having people's voices taken away. Residents feel like they're not heard. I'd like to call upon Chair Hill to use a little less gavel and more heart and give the people some leniency to get their comments made. That might allow people to feel that they're being heard. It's scary to get up and talk in front of people on this body, and we need to remove that fear with the conviction that people will be heard. I'd like to have someone, perhaps one or both commissioners facing election in 2024, to support getting early public comment back on the commission agenda. Let's discuss why it was done away with, and vote if early public comment should return to the residents. Voters know where the commissions, and the voters would know where the commission stand on the topic. It's going to be an election topic, like it or not. At least one commission meeting, at last commission meeting, Commissioner Garcia commented about her constituents in District 3, and I quote, "Not very many of my District 3 constituents are able to come to these chambers and have the privilege of time to come into these chambers to share their thoughts," and I agree with that. I suggest we fix that by talking with Commissioner Herman and Larry Chesney, the new chairman of the Warm Springs Citizen Advisory Board. People in District 5 have the same time constraints as in District 2, and they want to know how we could maybe have an evening meeting. Let's have one evening meeting a month starting at 6 o'clock where folks at work and can't normally come in during the daytime could attend a county commission meeting and have their voices heard. So if Ms. Garcia's constituents aren't available during the day, and I recognize why they're not, they're at work, maybe we should have one evening meeting a month just to have people that are tied up with work and can't break away during the day to attend our meeting. So I'd ask the commissioners to support me on that. And maybe see that a future agenda item where we can talk about having an evening meeting. Washoe County issues a press release. The CARES campus is open for day service from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. The food tent on the campus is open to retreat from the sun. I mean, we've got record-breaking temperatures. We need to make sure that the people are homeless or facing living out on the streets have a place to cool off. This is a real health issue. We also have the food tent at campus is open to retreat from the sun with access to water. We also have plenty of beds available. This is available 24 hours per day as long as the beds are open. The senior center is also an option, and there is bus service from the CARES campus to the senior center. Libraries are public access, and those people can use those to escape the heat as well. The senior citizen center right here shares a parking lot with this is open between 8 and 5 normally, but I understand it's being held open from 8 to 6. Some of the worst heat of the day is happening between 5 and 6 as the sun is setting. What do we suggest people do after 5 o'clock? It amazes me that our solutions are only built on the hours of service we already have in place. This is going to be another hot week. Do we have any additional plans for our seniors? What senior who lives at home do we think is going to head to the CARES campus to cool off? Have you driven down 4th Street by the CARES campus? We don't want to send our elderly population there. Have we added extra security to protect them on the streets coming from the bus stop? Where do they park? Parking is difficult to park over on that section of 4th Street. Okay. Switching to another topic, much has been written and commented about the library board. I've been urged to call Chair Amy Hillary, I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that last name correctly, to talk about her regarding the library board and her comments. The fact is, few knew how to challenge a book and what the process was, or at least no one I've ever spoken to knew the process. The library should have informed all the folks who have been going to the meetings for months how to challenge a book, and I wonder why they didn't. It could have solved a lot of the tension early on to give residents a process. When we're faced with the library and individuals on the board who are speaking to the media on the record about how they have been there have been no book challenges, it's because people didn't know the process. If people knew the process, there might have been some challenges to some of these books that they find offensive to minors. I'm going to bet if Mark Robeson with the RGJ, if he does a follow-up article, he'll talk about challenges in the future and how to file those challenges. And then we'll see what books are challenged by the public. Ms. Galeri's comments to the Nevada Independent make me think of how I started my comments about how we all need to work with one another. Her comment about the library should have something that offends everyone seems to walk to more division and less working together. Can you imagine saying we want to do something that offends everybody? You know, especially when we've got the contentious crowd that comes in here. The last thing we want to do is add fuel to that fire. Let's try and figure out a way to work with people. I want books in the library that make people think and expose them to new ideas and open new worlds to them. But I stop at offends. That to me seems is trying to excuse the fact that she has chosen not to listen to the residents' opinion and try to come to a common purpose. The conservative base of Washoe County feels there's no representation on the library board. I reached out to DA Nate Edwards to learn if commissioners could each have an appointment to the library board as we do on other boards and committees. Therefore, there would be representation of conservative voices. Nate provided me the reasons we could not do so, and it would need to be changed via the legislator process. So that idea is out. But I want to thank Nate, however, for all his work on this, for unearthing the path people needed to take to challenge a book and the many questions he has fielded from me. And more, and hopefully, hopefully I've done nothing that would offend him. Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia, I see you're signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Commissioner Clark's comments and acknowledgement that the climate in this room and the personal attacks should not be tolerated in these chambers or any other county boards or commissions. We need to hold the highest standard here every single Tuesday. And to make sure that you know that I'm putting my mouth where I'm following up with what I said last week is I had a meeting with an individual who got very elevated and escalated at the podium last week. And I had the opportunity to sit and listen. And he told me about his religious background, his political beliefs, and we agreed to disagree on a few things, but we had a respectful 30-minute conversation. And we walked away both knowing that we could talk to each other. He has my cell phone. We can connect. I know I can go on a hike with him. We talked about backpacking and hiking, and that's exactly what I want to see. And I encourage those of you in the room who have the habit of doing what you do to really think about what Commissioner Clark said today. Regardless of our religious beliefs, our political stance, where we live geographically, the one thing that cuts through all places, things, and people is respect and decorum. And I'm already seeing some head shaking, so I'm not super optimistic that we're going to see that in today's chambers, but I'm going to hold on to some hope that we can come together and we can have a chance to talk to each other respectfully as adults, as professionals. So thank you, Commissioner Clark. I appreciate that. Back at January's BCC workshop, we gave direction to staff to dedicate time to improving 5 important areas. So number 1, the regionalization of dispatch. Number 2, sustainability. Number 3, equity. Number 4, elections. And number 5, housing. There's been a few highlights over the last couple weeks that I really wanted to bring to the forefront. First and foremost, I wanted to say congratulations to our sustainability manager, Brian Beffer, and the rest of the county manager's team that was involved in the successful application and Energizing Rural Communities Prize. And so along with the Team Climate Resilient Gerlach team, a team from Oahe and Battle Mountain also took home $100,000 and are eligible for phase 2. So that goes towards our sustainability goal that we set forth at the beginning of the year. And in regard to our equity goal or strategic plan item, I'd like to say congratulations to our Chief Information Officer, Basad Zamanian, and his team for successful completing the fiber optic installation for the Gerlach Library project. And these are 2 really amazing, commendable examples of how our staff work day in and day out to ensure that the direction that we provide is in fact adhered to. And I just want to say thank you to everybody that was involved with those 2 particular projects. It's an incredible gain for the community out in Gerlach. So thank you.
Agreed. We have a wonderful team. Commissioner Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to follow up. I've got one other item, but I want to follow up. The personal attacks, I guess, is the issue that some of my other fellow commissioners are uncomfortable with. So, if you don't like their ideas and you don't like their policy and you don't like what they're trying to get on the agenda, just disagree with that item, not necessarily with the person, but because of personal attacks just really don't go any further than hurt feelings and that type of thing. Obviously, if you know me, you know I can take whatever you can dish out, but other people don't like that. So try and just be respectful and disagree about issues that the commissioner may stand for versus a personal attack. So I ask you just to show that we can do that. And I'll move on to another item here. You know, for those of you who don't know me, when I ran for assessor about 8 years ago, and when I ran for assessor, I had no idea I was going to win this race. I'm like the dog that chased the car. I caught it. Now what do I do? You know, I had no idea what to do. There's only 17 counties in the whole planet that value property the way that Nevada does. We're unique in the way we do this. And I had a very contentious race with the former assessor, and I needed an interpreter. And so we had a really difficult battle in the election process. But at the end of the day, I needed an interpreter. I hired that person. How often does that happen where somebody you have a knockdown, drag-out political bout with, and you turn around and hire that person? I hired him because he was a subject matter expert. I didn't hold that against him. We were able to work together. As soon as the election battle was over, we took off the gloves, shook hands, and worked together. So I know what it's like to work with somebody in those difficult kind of situations. I'm up here looking for subject matter experts. I'm here looking for progress. I want to see the needle moving in a positive way. And on that note, we've got somebody who's a subject matter expert that applied for a job with this county, and election integrity is just a real hot button. This person worked.
Commissioner Clark, we do not control staffing decisions.
Excuse me.
That is the county manager's job.
You continue. This is commissioner comments. This is commissioner comments, and please allow me to finish. I'm going to work back into where it needs to go. You do this to the public, and listen, you do this to the public and you irritate them. You're doing it to me. It doesn't irritate me because I don't know what I'm going to do. But again, when you interrupt people because you don't like what they're talking about, that isn't the American way.
I just want to make sure that you are sticking to what the role of the county commission is and what we can do up here.
We're getting to that. Let me read you the statement, then we'll let the public decide whether it was worthy of hearing or not. Thank you. Tracy Hilton Thomas applied to be the Assistant Registrar of Voters. She was turned down again. This walks to my earlier comments about can't we get along. She's a qualified candidate, used to work in the Registrar of Voters office, probably has more institutional knowledge than Ms. Rodriguez and Mr. Brown put together.
Commissioner Clark,
Let me
please do not
finish.
attack our staff at the dais.
That wasn't an attack, it's a fact. It would seem her politics, comments, and associations have kept her from being considered. This goes to Scott Meyer's comment about the mistrust and not being heard. I use the example of being able to bury the hatchet and work with my opponent.
Where would you like to go with this, Commissioner
Where
Clark?
I'm getting there. Subject matter expert in the county is disinterested. This is a situation where the registrar of voters, there's only just a very, very, very small percentage of people on the planet who worked in a registrar of voters office in the state of Nevada. This person's qualified because somebody doesn't like their political affiliations, doesn't want to work with them. That doesn't make sense. We should always work towards hiring the people who understand the problems and the challenges of these positions, and maybe learn from them and not focus so much on their political background. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Manager, do you have any announcements for us? Updates?
I do, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
First of all, I want to point out that the library will be making a presentation at our next commission meeting on August 15th. That was at the request of Commissioner Andriola, and they are planning to address specifically the protocols for the selection of books or the rejection of books that are used in the library. I would encourage any of you as commissioners, if you have other topics you would like to see addressed, there is time to get that to the library representatives so that they can be addressed in our next BCC meeting. I want to thank Commissioner Garcia for the kudos. Staff has worked very hard on our sustainability and green team efforts, and to see the grant that was awarded up in Gerlach is really exciting. That community, along with having broadband for the first time in its history, is poised to move to a new level of or quality of life. And I, for one, am very happy to be a part of it, working with Commissioner Herman and the CAB and the community up there. We are going to have a ribbon cutting on July 25th for the new broadband connection, which has been made, if any of you would like to attend. With regards to cooling stations, let me say that first of all, I'd like to thank RSCVA and their staff for coordinating with the county to make the convention center available from noon to 8 o'clock, both Saturday and Sunday. I will share with this commission, because many of you are new, cooling stations, warming stations, places to get people out of the smoke when we have fires in the region. We generally do this as a region multiple times a year. And what we find is, with the exception of homeless individuals, generally those stations are not heavily utilized. We are a community, as you know, that has 24/7 casino capacity. People can go places in this community generally to get out of the heat or to find warmth or to find better air quality. I do think the seniors and the senior center is something you will see us continue to work on, because our senior center staffing, which is amazing, they know these populations that come to their centers. So that's a little different situation in terms of being able to conduct outreach if they have enough notice, which is very important, so that people know that the center is open and they can come in and get out of the heat, get water, and so forth and so on. So the staff actually had conversations about this yesterday. We're going to try to do a better job, specifically with seniors, to going forward to make sure our services or the capacity is known ahead of time so that those populations can find it. But I need you to know that in the past, whether it's Sparks or Reno or the county, historically, cooling stations and warming stations have not been well utilized. And so with regards to the CARES campus, you should know that the CARES campus is actually open to 8 p.m. through the month of August. And so for any of our homeless populations or folks down on 4th Street, that is a facility that's available to them where they can get water and cool off. So wanted to share those items. Let's see, what else? We continue work. I continue work with the Registrar of Voters on the elections group recommendations. As you may know, it's over an 80-page plan, so it's a beast. There's a lot of content in it, and the registrar and I and the team are going through it. We hope to have an implementation plan and timeline within the next week for the audit committee to review. It's taken a little longer than I thought, but it has been a heavy lift. And we are also in conversations with the Secretary of State's office, the elections group there, to make sure that, by the way, they were one of the parties that reviewed the scope of work with us when we selected the elections group. They were very positive about the fact Washoe County was taking this approach with an outside consultant. There are other counties who have asked to see the report to see if there are any things that they can benefit from. So, because we're all in this together, really, in terms of many of the challenges we face. So, by the next meeting, certainly, if we should have a presentation available on the elections group and where we go. But per the direction of the chair, we will be sharing that with the audit committee before that. So, Madam Chair, those are my announcements for this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And I wanted to say thank you to you and your team for pulling together those cooling stations over the weekend and having those open and ready to go with water and coordinating with all the different jurisdictions. I commend you and the team. I know you are working late at night, early in the morning, and on the weekends. And that's just our amazing Washoe County team, and I'm just so proud to be part of it. Vice Chair Herman, I see you're signed in again.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to state that I support everything that Commissioner Clark had said, and I would second that motion if it were one. Thank you.
Okay. One thing the communications team wanted me to mention was right now our YouTube feed is down. However, people can watch online at our website at washoecounty.gov. You go at your government and then watch a meeting. You click there. Or our charter channel at 193. All right. With that, Mr. Manager, if you will lead us into item 4.
Item 4 is the University of Nevada, Reno President Brian Sandoval will showcase the expansion of the Matheson Gateway District developments at the University of Nevada, Reno at Lake Tahoe campus and planning for the sesquicentennial of the University of Nevada, Reno. We're honored to have President Sandoval in chambers with us this morning.
Welcome. Yes, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Commission, and County Manager. For the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno. And it truly is a privilege and honor to be before you today. And I also want to publicly thank you for your service to the community. We really appreciate it and your support of the university. If we could move to the first slide. So probably a 5-minute walk from here, we have one of the greatest universities in the United States of America. I'm very proud of this university, class of 1986. I'm dating myself a bit, but we are a Carnegie high research institution, which means we are one of the top 120 research institutions in the United States of America. We're also recognized as a Carnegie Community Engaged University, which means our students, faculty, and staff are out in the community helping individuals and groups and nonprofits with community-centered organizations. So we're very proud of that. We are also 1% away, 24% of our enrollment at the university is Hispanic, and once we reach that 25% threshold, we will be a Hispanic serving institution. So we're very excited about that. If we could move to the next slide. So enrollment, our fall enrollment in 2022 was 16,653 undergraduate students, and on campus 20,945. So the university is growing. I do have a goal of 23,000 students by 2025 and 25,000 students by 2030. 72% of those students come from the great state of Nevada. 49% of our recent freshman class identify as students of color, and 44% of our total enrollment identify as students of color. So we really are diversifying the enrollment at the university to essentially match what's happening both in our community and throughout the state of Nevada. So if we move to the next slide, a photo of some of our proud graduates, and any of you have had an opportunity to attend commencement on the quad. It really is a historical moment. I know some of you have, and it's a spectacular moment in our students' lives. But just some key metrics from 2021. We did a survey. 67% of our graduates are working full or part-time post-graduation. Of the 67%, 90% are full-time employees. 72% of the full-time employees are employed within Nevada, and 64% of those are working in the greater Reno area or here in Northern Nevada and Washoe County. Of the 72% of the bachelor degrees recipients working full-time in Nevada, 83% are originally from Nevada and stayed in Nevada for work. So we're really excited and proud of the fact that our graduates are educated here, both in the Washoe County School District, then at the University of Nevada, and move on to work for the multiple industries throughout the community. So if we'll move to the next slide, you see our mascots there in Carson City at the Nevada Legislature, and I want to publicly thank the governor and the Nevada Legislature for all of their support for the university. Just some real bullets in terms of what we were able to accomplish during the legislative session. We were able to obtain a grant of $8.5 million statewide for graduate medical education, which means more residency slots for the state of Nevada for this community, which equates to more doctors in this community. It's 80% more likely for a physician who does his or her residency to stay in the community where they do that. Also within that, there was a $10 million per year statewide for a nursing pipeline. I think we all found out during the pandemic and even now that there is a nursing shortage throughout the state and here in Northern Nevada. So the legislature was able to provide more money for more nursing students. We're excited about that. The legislature also included $18 million for the university for deferred maintenance. And we do have an old campus. Some of our buildings, I like to say, one of them was built when Grover Cleveland was the president of the United States. But our goal is to ensure that every building on campus is modern in terms of ADA compliance. So we're going to invest that deferred maintenance into those programs. We were also received $1 million for our Small Business Development Center, so we will be able to provide advice to small business owners and provide more resources for them to be successful. This is an interesting one, veterinary education. So obviously Nevada does not have a veterinary school, but we do have a pre-vet program, and the state provided $8 million to the university to allow us to partner with Utah State University in order to produce more veterinary students in the community. I think that's going to work out real well. You may have read that there was a cost of living adjustment for our faculty and staff. We're very pleased about that and thankful. We also received an increase in grad student stipends. They had essentially been fixed for a very long time, and our students, with the cost of living going up, our graduate students were being challenged. This is going to help them with regard to their quality of life and studies. The legislature and the governor also approved 80 new graduate student positions on our campus. This is very critical to maintaining and improving our standing as one of the top research institutions in the United States. We also, as a result of the restoration of some of the budget cuts that we got during COVID, we'll be able to add 30 new faculty members on campus, which obviously will allow our students to stay on track in terms of completing their studies within 4 years. So that's going to be very important. If we could move to the next slide. Sometimes people say a parking garage isn't that interesting. You may have seen the parking garage right up the road, but that was the first piece of the Mathewson Gateway. We're very excited about that, but that is what leads into what we are going to break ground in just a few short weeks. This is the new business building, which will be on the south end of campus. And just to orient you, on the left, the road there, that is North Virginia Street. And below, you'll see the Walgreens, and that is 8th Street, the road that comes off Interstate 80. If you see that building is in a reverse L, that is the new business building that will again begin construction in the very near future. And next to that, to the left of that, is a new hotel conference center, which we again are very pleased about. The business building will be approximately 120,000 square feet. You will see that plaza in between the two. The current business building, the Ansari business building, served us very well. It was built while I was a student at the university in the early 80s, but it's beyond capacity. So this will really allow us to be competitive and provide the best education for our business students and essentially be a new front door to the campus. And that's why we call it the Mathewson Gateway. And again, to orient you, that is 8th Street below. And as you look up, that was formerly Center Street and is now University Way, which will lead straight into campus. Next slide, please. That's a picture of the plaza in between the two buildings. So there'll be several areas for students, faculty, staff, alumni, and visitors to really have a place to relax. There will be a restaurant or cafe in the hotel conference center, as well as in the business building. If you go back a slide, please, we see that round structure. That will be an auditorium that will seat approximately 400 people. So it'll be an opportunity not only to have academic classes, but to really bring distinguished speakers onto campus. We're really excited about this in terms of really building what I like to call University, C-I-T-Y. But anyway, we really want to improve the connectivity with the local region. So if we could move to the next slide, please. The Nevada State Health Lab, you are all, I'm likely very familiar with this. This is where all the COVID tested happen. This is where the newborn testing happens statewide. That building was built in the 70s and truly has been, as we like to say, fully amortized. We got everything that we could get out of it. But essentially, I think the legislature and former Governor Sisolak saw the value in that we needed a modern state health lab for Northern Nevada and for the entire state of Nevada. So they appropriated $75 million for the construction of a new state health lab. That construction will start the early part of next year. It will be built immediately adjacent to this building, which is immediately adjacent to our medical school. So we're very excited about that, to have a state-of-the-art state health lab. You may ask what's going to happen to the old state health lab. The legislature appropriated an additional $3 million, and that will become the new home and a dedicated building for our School of Public Health. And so we're very excited about that as well. If we move to the next slide, you may or may not have been aware within the last 2 years, we acquired formerly Sierra Nevada University in Incline Village. It is now the University of Nevada, Reno at Lake Tahoe. We're very, very excited about that. One of the most beautiful places ever that you could hope to have an education, and just a great opportunity for our students, faculty, and staff. Beginning this fall, we are going to have the semester at Tahoe. This is going to I want you to go back to college. But our students, you've heard of perhaps having a semester abroad. We're going to have a semester at Tahoe, where our first cohort of students will be able to spend a semester at Lake Tahoe, live in the dorms up there, and learn about sustainability, learn about Lake Tahoe, water clarity, air quality, all of those things. So we're very pleased about that. There will be interdisciplinary courses. This first cohort of students will be approximately 100 students. It will be extremely popular, and we're very excited about that. Faculty from the University of Nevada, Reno will partner and work with former faculty from Sierra Nevada University. And again, that collaboration is truly a 1+1+3, but it really is an exciting opportunity for our students. And the other thing that we're doing up there is, you may or may not be aware of the Digital Wolfpack Initiative. So each freshman student, as well as every transfer student, receives an iPad Air as well as a keyboard and an iPen. And so every student going up there will also really receive those things. So they will get the latest and greatest instruction in technology. So that will be another opportunity on the campus. We recently had a donor that made a very generous donation to update all the technology in every classroom on that campus. So they will all be as state-of-the-art as it gets. Also on the campus is what we have summer programs. So we have several groups that are spending time up there, again, that have the opportunity to stay at the dorms and meet in the classrooms and meet outdoors. An example of that was the annual Nevada Tribal Food Summit, which occurred May 31st to June 2nd. The summit welcomed American Indian tribal communities to the lake, where tribal leaders worked with tribal partners, especially those that are in remote places, to improve access for healthy food and food security. So we're very pleased about that. The Nevada First Gen Network provided an early intervention and community outreach 4-week summer program from June 10th through August 23rd, and it's modeled after the Dean's Future Scholar Program, which I know Commissioner Garcia is very familiar with, but we are targeting 45 rising 6th, 7th, and 8th graders from Incline Middle School to participate in that project. So again, just an amazing, amazing opportunity. We also have what we call a residency at Lake Tahoe. And beginning this fall, the program will provide opportunities for faculty and students to access the location for research, scholarly, creative, and entrepreneurial activities. So some of the greatest international faculty from our campus here will also be working up there. And one of those is Sudeep Chandra, who you may or may not know, but has been who does international research with water clarity. Also, if you have an opportunity, Classical Tahoe will be on the campus at the University of Nevada, Reno at Lake Tahoe. We will soon, in a couple short weeks, be hosting the Tahoe Summit, where both the congressional delegations of Nevada and California, as well as the governors from both states, meet with regard to Lake Tahoe. We'll move on. You're going to see or hear a presentation immediately after me with regard to Washoe County or Cooperative Extension and our experiment station, which is literally across the street. But that one of the things going on across the street is the Desert Farming Initiative. So we do have faculty that is working to find the best ag methods in terms of growing food in the desert and being successful for that. But with regard to our Cooperative Extension, over 12,000 youth through 4-H program are receiving services here in Washoe County. And I do like to say that I was one of the beneficiaries of that when I was a child. I was in 4-H from 4th grade through high school, and it truly changed my life. So I'm thankful to Cooperative Extension. We do have 1,000 participants in our horticultural classes learning about growing food in the plant industry. We have 3,000 people who are working in the program Living with Fire. And as you know, there's a great sensitivity with regard to that. We had over 900 Washoe County School District students who participated in the Living with Fire program. So again, really important to bringing them up to speed with regard to what's going on in our community. Also, if you have the opportunity to visit our campus at Lake Tahoe, and truly this is an invitation for all of you to do that, there is a cooperative garden up there, and our Cooperative Extension will be managing that. So it will be a very beautiful thing. And again, you'll hear more detail on that. If we can move to the next slide, please. So this is something new that you may or may not be familiar with, but we have established what we call University of Nevada Collegiate Academies. And in short, what this is an opportunity for high school students to get college credit, to get dual credit while they're still in high school. It increases access for college courses for both first-gen and underrepresented students, as well as all students, and provides for the foundational math and writing skills needed to succeed In college, it's extremely discounted, so it's essentially $75 a class. And if you start taking these classes as a junior, you could have 1 year of college done before you've even graduated from high school. So certainly that expedites the student's ability to get through college and graduate on time and exposes them. We are offering this in 26 high schools throughout the state of Nevada, 6 high schools starting this fall in Washoe County, Reed High School, Galena, McQueen, Damani, Coral Academy, and the Academy of the Arts. So we're really excited about that. And we have 18 high schools in Clark County. We also have a high school in Churchill County, and Elko County will have over 4,000 students that will be taking college courses. There is no difference in the course mapping of the course that you take, whether you're in North Las Vegas, Fallon, or Elko, or Sparks, or Reno, or if you were sitting in a seat on our campus. So we're very pleased about that. And again, providing access to students who may not have otherwise had that. If we could move to the next slide, please. For you sports fans, we've been doing a lot of renovations on our campus. What you're looking at right there is the new swim and dive, a locker room for our swim and dive team. If you were a student like me in the early 80s, you'll remember in the bowels of Lombardi Pool, there were those orange metal lockers down there, but our swim and dive team did not have its own dedicated locker room. Many of our other women's athletics teams didn't have their own dedicated locker rooms as well. Title IX is a priority for me, so we have provided new and updated locker rooms for all of our women's teams. We recently also resurfaced the track at Mackey Stadium for our women's track and cross country team. We provided new turf on the softball diamond for the softball team. We've also broke ground on a new locker room and lounge for both our men's and women's basketball teams. So cross country, soccer, track, golf, tennis, all of those teams will have updated locker rooms. And I think they deserve that and have been having to do with less for a very long time. If you've been to Mackey Stadium, you'll see that there was new turf on the field last year, so we're pleased about that. And Madam Chair, we want to thank you again for your support through the RSCVA. As you know, the RSCVA dedicated funds to purchase a new indoor track, which will be very beneficial to sports tourism here in our Washoe County, but also partnering with the university and our women's track and field team and cross country teams. What we don't have a slide on for before I move to the sesquicentennial, it took me a while to learn to pronounce that, but we also are excited to talk about our affiliation and our agreement with Renown Health here in Washoe County and the medical school. And one of the benefits of that recently was by virtue of that affiliation, it made Renown eligible to apply for more Medicaid funds because they were affiliated with a medical school, which will allow for millions of dollars to come into this community and provide more access for patients to their physicians. So we're pleased about that. But moving on to the sesquicentennial, we will be celebrating our 150th anniversary beginning on October 12th, 2023. On that date, we will do a ceremonial, and you are all invited to this groundbreaking for the new business school. And on October 14th, the literal kickoff is a football game between the University of Nevada and the University of Nevada Las Vegas Rebels. So that will be a fun game. We also received approval from the legislature and the governor for a sesquicentennial license plate. So it will have that logo on it. Encourage you all to get that license plate if you so please. But the proceeds from that will go to the food pantry on campus, which we're very excited about. We also will have a specific musical arrangement composed by our university musical department for the sesquicentennial, and we will be putting new murals on campus. So with that, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Vice Chair, I also wanted to thank in the audience today is the Vice Chair of the Nevada System of Higher Education Board of Regents, Joe Arascata, who's with us and an alum, and I want to thank him for being here and just truly a dedicated public servant like all of you. So with that, happy to answer any questions and go back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President Sandoval. What an amazing update. You and your team and the Board of Regents are sure staying busy and investing in our community and the future of our community. So thank you so much. I have Vice Chair Herman signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What a fantastic presentation. My goodness, you've been busy.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
And I also want to thank you once again for your service to Lemon Valley during their tragedy. I will never forget that day that we met up there on Tupelo.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
For that.
We both love our state, love our community, so thank you.
Absolutely. Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you for all your work and the entire team at UNR, and for the students and their dedication to doing what they can to have the greatest education on the planet. I really want to commend you for the partnership for the veterinarian school. Most students, as you well know, actually have to go out of state if they want to pursue a degree in veterinary medicine. So I really appreciate, and I hope that we can one day have a true 4-year program here so that students can actually stay here and help in various capacities. So thank you for that. And again, thanks for all of the hard work. And it's amazing. Every time I drive by, I think, wow, I used to go there, or I used to go there, and, you know, used to have these little secret parking spots I thought that are gone. So it's great to see the expansion, and again, appreciate all of the hard work by everyone in your team. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. And Madam
Yes,
Chair, if
please.
I may, we've also partnered with Art Town, and so we're now holding Art Town events on the quad. And so for the community that's watching and in the audience today, we're really being aggressive in terms of wanting our community on the campus. And if you're able to attend one of those musical performances on the quad, it really is a magical experience.
Absolutely. And as a graduate from UNR with my master's in public administration, I am honored to be on the alumni team for the Poli-Sci School. And thank you for opening up those full-time positions, because that school has been, through COVID, struggling to fill, students who are interested in getting into government and getting their Poli-Sci or public administration degrees. So thank you so much for your work on that and your work and investment in Lake Tahoe. I think that the opportunity for collaboration is, endless. And I know we've talked about this, but we need to get together and talk about all the things that we can do up there, because with UNR's strength up there, I think that there's a lot of opportunity to invest in transportation and workforce housing and all of those things that will make that community even better for students to visit, certainly. And I see Manager Brown, you're signed in.
I am, Madam Chair, if I may. I just want to point out to the public that during the pandemic, we learned some things the hard way. And one of the gating factors on our ability to do testing during the pandemic was we found that the lab over at UNR, which is an amazing resource, and the expertise there is off the charts good, but we didn't have enough capacity to meet the needs of this community. So when I saw that the legislature had allocated funds for the expansions he's talking about, this is a big deal for not only the health of this community, but the public health of the community going forward. So congratulations, President Sandoval.
Thank you. And before you leave, I'm hoping we can get a photo with you and your team and Regent Ariscata, as well as Ms. Gasky before she does her presentation. And so we're just going to take a quick break, get a photo, and do you have anything else? Yes, President.
And I apologize for interrupting, Madam Chair, but I also want to recognize Michael Flores, our Vice President of Community and Governmental Affairs. Literally all the things that I talked about would not have happened without his assistance and his hard work and dedication. So he spent a lifetime at the legislature, and with him is Austin Brown within the Community Relations and Governmental Relations division up at the university. Both of them are just tireless in their efforts.
That's great. Well, thank you very much. We'll take a quick break and then we'll return with our agenda item 5. Thank you for that. We will resume with item number 5, Mr. Manager.
And Madam Chair, I've been notified that the YouTube link is back up. So-
Oh, wonderful. The YouTube link is back up, so you can find it there.
All right, item 5 is a presentation by Holly Gatsky, Area Director of UNR Extension, on the UNR Extension's FY 2024 University of Nevada, Reno Extension budget.
Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. Holly Gatsky for the record. I'm going to give you a quick breakdown of Extension, just briefly, just for those that don't know. Extension does run under UNR, but it runs across the state, and we provide programming in health and nutrition, family and youth, horticulture, agriculture, natural resources, and community and economic development in every community. Well, I shouldn't call every community, every county in the state. But I'm here today to talk about what happens in Washoe County. I am going to focus, it's largely a presentation on the budget, but to give you some background, as President Sandoval referred to, we have a very strong youth program and several programs in the county, and just give you a glimpse of that. Basically, we have had thousands of youth impacted by programming, and it is a combination of 4-H in many different forms. The club form, after school, in school, day camps. They're up at camps this last week at Tahoe. Healthy living education, so they learn how to have healthier school environments and learn how to eat healthy. So we impact youth in so many ways in the county, and it's one of our priorities. We do focus our programs in the top 23 schools that have the highest needs. So we aim to give youth life skills. We aim to give them a chance to get up into improving themselves in grade level and many of those things. And that's just the youth programs. We have horticulture programs that involve training of professionals and people so that they understand how to be water efficient and how to be cautious of the pesticide application, so they create a beautiful environment while not causing trouble in our watersheds, things like that. So we basically have a large number of programs, and that's just a snippet. I will be back in the fall to give you more information of what we really do on the program side. I do want to say that we do have a future strongly happening right in our office right now, where we're expanding child care giver training, and we're very excited about that. We've had one person part-time on staff, and we're probably blowing that up to about 6-7 people. We're also adding in some people, and largely this is due to grants, adding people in for needs assessment, and look forward to continue building relationships, working with you all to develop excellent programs in those areas. So I'm going to do a quick overview of the budget just to remind everybody. Extension gets a percentage of the property tax that comes from people's property tax bills. We're not part of the general funds. We are part of the property tax, and so we take it very seriously to ensure that the money that we collect benefits the public in Washoe County. We expect in 2024 an income of about just over $2 million. We get about we're expecting about $400,000 from the state and federal entities, and my apologies, sponsors, projects, and others. That is university lingo. I should have wrote on that, grants. That is grants that we write and collect. So just to be clear on that, and as you can see, we've got a good portion of our funds that we operate are on our grants, and we expect over $3 million on that. There is a lot happening with grants in the next year, 2, 3 in Washoe County, and we're very excited about that. So I'm just going to move forward. So basically, that's still projected revenues and what has happened in the last few years. I'm going to move on to actually talking about what we're planning to spend on. We have got a beginning balance that looks substantial there. That has been happening with the growth in the county, but we have plans to for use of those funds. We have a conservative investment or estimate every year of income, and that's our budget. And so when the income comes over that, we've been accumulating during these growing years. We do know that when things slow down, it can go the other way, so we're conscious of that. And you'll see what's happening here. Basically, this is broke out to show you that we're planning to spend about just over 1.9 million in salaries for our personnel on the ground. That's how we do the work and connect with the public. We kind of are the university, the public's university, and so we're out there. Our people are working in the communities, and that is where most of our money goes. We're planning to use just under 500,000 of reserved funds for short-term kick-up start projects as well, with everything going. Basically, the other funds are for travel, operating, really basic such stuff because our building is paid for and the university maintains it. So just about every cent that we're provided tax-wise goes into programming, plus we back up and match grants so that we can do those types of activities. So you can see that there's a combination of the income coming in plus some reserves basically budgeted out in all of this. I'm going to explain the contingency, which looks quite high at 1.7, just under 1.8 million, but we have, and there's the description. Sorry, I should have moved forward. That shows you basically that what it is, personnel costs, travel, really basic costs. So I'll just keep moving forward. We keep the phones going and things like that. And our people in working. And we'll move forward with, I just give people a chance to read all of that with the overhead expenses. So basically, our costs are quite low in a lot of areas. The contingency, I just want to make sure that people know what's happening with these things, these money. So a portion of that funds, those first two, the personnel and operating, those are what we have committed. So we're tied into paying people long-term employees. So we want to make sure that we have enough money aside to keep operating going forward in case something happened in a great decrease in economy or something like that. So that's what those are for. That covers what our obligations are in personnel and operating. And then we have some short-term costs of, we're working on the needs assessment, which will have a bit of that, but we're establishing a building fund. We've actually maxed out our space. I'm renovating a little bit again to squeeze in these extra people that are working with us on grants, and we can operate through, but we recognize in the future we're going to have some funds to either renovate new space or have architectural fees, those types of things, and they're very expensive. So those funds are being set aside to make sure that we can handle our growth to keep pace with the county's growth, which has continued. And so that's what that's for. The backup for risk account grants is I'm just going to move down so people can read at the same time. But basically, that is a fund that we have that keeps us operating with all these grants. Often these grants come to us and they take 1, 2, 3, sometimes even up to 5 months before we get the money flowing out of those grants. That is a rollover fund that we use to keep paying people so that we keep the services on the ground going, we keep our people employed, and we maximize our efficiency. So that fund just sits there and rolls over and keeps us being able to bring in so many grants and keep those programs going. And just to give you an idea, the caregiving program, Living with Fire, I'm trying to think of all of our health and nutrition comes through SNAP Ed. Many of our really strong programs are fully grant funded. So if you have any questions, that's my presentation. I'm going to keep it short and simple today.
Thank you, Ms. Gatsky. I'm so impressed, and I think the community can see that UNR Extension is in every facet of our community, whether it's 4-H or Living with Fire, and even these new childcare, the work that you're doing to support and educate childcare providers. Man, that is so exciting, and I can't wait to learn more about that program once it gets up and going. Vice Chair Herman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I I've talked at great lengths with you on the subject of 4-H because it's one of my pets. And I was a 4-H leader for over 30 years. So I want to thank you for your hard work, and I'm hoping that we can maybe help you fund-wise and get some more money for some of your programs that you're kind of working towards. So thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you, Jeannie. We always really appreciate the relationship and the support. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other commissioners signed in. Thank you so much, Ms. Gasky, and we look forward to the full report later this fall. Have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, I'll kick to read our donations into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item number 6A1. So the Leona and Harry Helmsley Charitable Trust has been a leader in striving to place an AED unit in every first responder vehicle in Nevada, where today's donation of 8 AEDs joined 3,000 AEDs that have already been distributed for this life-saving project. Item number 6B1. I think many of us in the room could agree that Rancho San Rafael and its programming wouldn't be the same without the contributions of the Wilbur May Foundation over the past 4 decades. But what a lot of people don't know is that Wilbur May himself, as a man, was deeply committed to bettering the lives of children. And so his reach goes much further beyond parks and open space. He really has left a legacy and left his mark on education, mental health, and recreation. And so with that, I move to accept both donations on today's agenda.
Okay, I have a motion on the donations. May I have a second? Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. And Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
There's no one signed in.
Okay, so we have a motion and second. We've called for public comment. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, I think that passes unanimously. Yes, it does. All right, we are now going on to consent. Let's see. Do any commissioners want to pull any consent items? I'm not seeing any. So I'm now looking to you, Madam Clerk. Is there any public comment on consent?
Yes.
Okay.
Janet Butcher, followed by Kathleen Sheehan.
Janet Butcher, for the record, frequent commenter and proud of it. I'm pleased to see that the audit committee has placed an audit of the library finances on the audit agenda. I am questioning, though, why it shows that there are 2 vacant positions. Again, we're behind the 8 ball. We know these positions are coming open. Why don't we fill them before they're vacant? It's kind of like the e-comment being implemented. I'm all for change. In fact, I promoted change during my 50-year career in information technology. So now, why not present before implementing, as many people have questions about signing up for agenda comments? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kathleen Sheehan, followed by Penny Brock.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Katie Sheehan. I'm the Executive Director of Clean Tahoe Program. We just started our operations in Washoe County, and I wanted to thank you for your contribution. I was sitting here thinking about what I would say to you guys, and I could say, we cleaned 762 animal and trash messes around the lake last year. We cleared 345 illegal dumps, but I don't think that does the program justification. We have 4 field crew members around the lake 5 days a week cleaning, and Clean Tahoe is really the spirit of community and recreation stewardship at the same time. Specifically in Washoe County, our field supervisor, Jeffrey Lauer, walks Highway 28 after the big winter. He cleaned tons of car parts from the area. He's put out a fire in a cigarette bin holder. He has, worked with other public agencies to help remove like dead carcasses from the street. So thank you for helping us get this program running. It's been an honor to establish it in the North Shore. It was magical to see those 5 agencies come together and make this happen and address a big issue around the lake, which is trash. Whenever I tell people I work for Clean Tahoe, they're like, oh, keep Tahoe blue. I say, oh, no, not keep Tahoe blue. Oh, clean up the people that dive. Nope, we do the trash on land, and you might not know who we are, but we've probably, if you live in the Lake Tahoe area, helped you cleaned up a mess in your neighborhood or walked one of your streets or cleared an illegal dump. So thank you for your support of the program. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Penny Brock, followed by Nichelle Hull.
Morning. Penny Brock for the record. Please put my remarks in the record per NRS. Again, I ask that the first comment time be put back on the agenda. Pertaining to these consent items, I also object that these are lumped together. It prohibits our freedom of speech to have 3 minutes on each particular agenda item we would like to speak on. Therefore, I will be commenting on several of these consent items. Hopefully, I won't get gavelled down. First of all is 7A1. The 3-year schedule for the audits. I went to the audit committee meeting last month, and I asked that the CARES Campus, Karma Box, and Safe Camp be audited. So I know it's not on this audit schedule, but it needs to be. We as taxpayers are very concerned about where our money's going at the CARES Campus and Safe Camp and Karma Box. The numbers don't add up. There is something very strange going on, and it needs to be audited as soon as possible. Secondly is agenda item 7A3 pertaining to the travel audit. That was at the audit committee last month, and I spoke to that. If you look at it closely, they have got the projected budget and then the actual expenses. Much of the audit, the travel money was not used, and yet they keep adding to it in each successive budget. Why? When it's demonstrated, you can go back 5 years and see the money's not being used. So number one, why do they keep inflating it? That is a poor business practice. Secondly, where does the money go when it's not used? The audit committee couldn't tell me. Who can tell me? Who can tell we, the taxpayer, this is our money? As I say, every time I'm up here, you keep raising our property taxes. And as I look over these budgets and so on, I can't see that it's justified. Why do you keep raising the property taxes on we, the people? Why do you keep raising the property taxes on struggling families? On our seniors.
Can you please direct it back to the consent items? I'd like
this
to hear
is about the consent item. Please do not interrupt me. Thank you very much. The last thing is on the library services. I see that this is grant money coming in. I object to this because it adds to our national debt. Yes, it's a federal grant, but it's our money. It's the taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Nichelle Hull.
Okay, good morning, Madam Chair Hill, Madam Vice Chair Herman, and member trustees. This is Nichelle Hull. Please insert my comments into the permanent record per NRS statute. Thank you. I'm providing comment with regards to the recommendation to approve the 3-year schedule of audits. So like Penny Brock mentioned last month, a number of community members attended the public meeting for the audit committee. I certainly encourage the public to attend those meetings. We were treated with complete respect and consideration at that meeting. The facilitator there never once curtailed our First Amendment free speech rights, and that group fully understood and had a deep grasp of the duty of their position, the detail of their roles, the scope, which includes serving the public. So today, I just want to recap super quick that the members there voted to conduct the Washoe County Library audit on the types of books being purchased and their finances, specifically how much money they spend to advertise events. And County Manager Eric Brown was there on Zoom. Madam Chair Alexis Hill was present. And so we're grateful for the vote to conduct that audit. I know for a fact, as I attended on Saturday, the drag queen show at the Pride Fest for Youth event located at the Sparks Library, there were exactly 9 children in attendance, 2 babies and 7 children under the age of 10. So that is 9 children. And I understand, I've been told that the advertising cost was $6,000 of taxpayer money for 9 children. So I don't see that as a very popular event, at all. It was serving kids, and apparently there weren't too many kids interested in that. So today, I'm planting the seed, especially to County Manager Eric Brown and Chair Alexis Hill, to consider another audit. And I'll be attending that committee meeting. I'd like to see Washoe County School District libraries audited, as they too have the same books that we brought there that day from the Washoe County Library, which were pornographic, showed pornographic pictures of children having sex with adults. So I would like that audit, the library of Washoe County School District, to be audited and to be included in that 3-year term. And I would appreciate it if Alexis Hill would not prioritize golf event and incline over the auditing of the school library.
Okay, now to the board. I am looking for a motion on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Garcia, looking for a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Andriola. Any question on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, I think that passes unanimously. Okay, thank you very much. It does. We will now go on to item 8, Mr. Manager.
Item 8 is a presentation and discussion by Eric Wilridge, Assistant to the County Manager, on Speak Up, platform for the public to leave written e-comment with position and or register to speak in person at an upcoming Board of County Commissioner meeting. Written e-comment would be separate and in addition to the requested public comment under Nevada's open meeting law, and would be designed to create an additional vehicle for the public to communicate their views on county managers to the board. And we have Mr. Wilridge in chambers this morning.
Welcome, Mr. Wilridge.
Good morning, Chair. Eric Wilridge for the record. Thank you very much, Commission, for allowing me to be here today. Start with a quick introduction. My name is Eric Wilridge. I am the Assistant to the County Manager. I'm going to share with you today Speak Up, a new platform for constituent input, and also outline some engagement and conclude. Speak Up is a new platform through Granicus that will allow electronic comment, as you've seen today at the dais on your iPads, as well as an opportunity for constituents to register to speak ahead of time for in-person public comment here at the Board of County Commission. Some of the advantages of e-comment are the ability to provide electronic comment in lieu of participating here at the Board of County Commission, as it's been shared many times, that it's not always convenient to be here in person, and this is another platform that provides that to the constituents. You are required for a personalized profile where you'll go in, and I'll share that in the next slide, and create a profile. The comments are public and immediate, so when an individual writes their comments, they are posted immediately to the agenda, and they're also allowed to provide a position on that comment. In addition, there are language options that are provided on this page, as you'll see in the top right corner. Through Google, you're allowed to change the language on the page so it meets accessibility and reaches out to a larger population. For the constituent experience of signing up, you'll notice on the agenda for today's meeting, as well as here on the screen, that there's a link to go to the portal where you'll enter your information. It is not an anonymous option. Just like here in Chambers, you have to provide your name. In addition, you also have to provide your address. This allows the ability to the commissioners to identify where the comments are coming from and allow for the commissioners specifically to respond to those comments if they so choose. To look at the agenda or to make a comment, you have two options. You click on the Meetings tab, which allows you to look at the agenda, look at the specific items, which I'll show in the next slide. If you choose to comment on those items, then you would sign in at the top right corner of the screen. This is an example of an agenda, a mock agenda that we were testing through. You'll notice the option to view the agenda. On the left-hand side, of course, is the option to then comment. You select comment, register to speak, I'll mention in the next slide. You then type out your comment. Your comments are limited to 2,250 words per comment, and that is the equivalent to about a 3-minute public comment here in Chambers. You then submit the comment and you receive a confirmation that your comment has been submitted and is posted there in the bottom right corner. Similar to your e-comment, you also have the option now to register to speak. Again, this is a register to speak ahead of the meeting. However, it is still in person. It is not a virtual option. It is specific to registering to speak on the specific item here in Chambers. Similar process, there is a confirmation that you've been signed up and that you're expected to appear here in Chambers. This is just a quick example of what the public comment looks like. As you can see, my full name's there, as well as my position and my comment and when it was posted. We are starting the outreach. We started the outreach about 2 weeks ago with the cabs. I've visited about 6 cabs at this point. Today is last Thursday was the soft launch on the agenda itself. Today is the highlight of announcing it to the community and making sure that folks know that they do have an option to share their voice in electronic format and or to register to speak ahead of time. We'll continue with a media platform announcement today from the BCC and of course the Board of County Commission presentation today. That concludes my presentation and I'll take any questions.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your work on this. This allows folks to further address the commission on agenda items as well as general public comment. I would encourage commissioners to look at their iPads and see that we do have folks who have already participated on this program for item 13 as well as public comment on item 14, and I would encourage our commissioners to start to read those. And thank you so much for your initiative on this program. I know that this was part of something leadership program that you're doing at the state of Nevada, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Well,
Yes.
thank you for making Washoe County part of that program. And I'm very excited that this is launching. And speaking to my constituents, they're very excited as well. So many of them cannot make these meetings. And so they want to make sure that their voice is heard on agenda items that are relevant to them. So I really appreciate you having even more accessibility to the commission. I see Vice Chair Herman has signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was, I've seen the presentation several times now because I have quite a few cabs to go to. So I think I know it pretty well. I just was curious why it wasn't brought to the board for, something, comments or whatever, before it was just kind of shoved out there. But anyhow, you've done a good job of presenting it to the public and to the cabs. To me, there's a couple problems that I feel like just the comments I've had from people that have heard it. There's some groups that didn't think much of it, and then there was some that liked it. So there's both. So evidently there was some need for this. But sometimes I think some things that we do without a lot of thought, it kind of, the people's comments on that it kind of discourages people from coming to the meeting, and I hope that wasn't the purpose of it. But so about emails, I've always thought that our emails that come into the board, I had a lady yesterday, we talked for over an hour, and she didn't realize that her email wasn't being read at the meeting. And I said, oh, you didn't know that? And I said, no, they're not read at the meeting, and they're really not in the minutes when we see the minutes, but that was a worry, and that kind of fits in with this project. So I just want us to be very transparent and make sure that this program doesn't lead to something like that. And then the other comment that I got was, if somebody goes in on the computer and signs up for public speaking, and they come in and they're first before the people that have been sitting there most of the day, that was one of they thought that was a little unfair. But other than that, I feel that some of the people really like it and some don't, and that's just what I've observed. But thank you for the hard work that you put into it and the good presentations that you've put on. People have been impressed with the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark, you're signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question about a comment that Manager Brown made earlier. The YouTube feed wasn't working at the initial opening of our meeting. Was everything that was said at that time, is that going to be still broadcast when people go online to look at this? Is it going to be a complete broadcast, or only the part that was actually filmed?
Commissioner, the broadcast was still available on Charter, as the chair said, as well as on the website feed. So people had other ways of accessing the.
So whatever was said this morning that wasn't available initially is now available, or will be after the meeting?
Yeah, the video. If you're asking about the video, is that what?
Yes.
Yeah, it's available. It will be available after the meeting. Yes.
Okay, so that was kind of related to this. My concerns on this are, I think it's always important to have people in the chamber. We want to hear their voice inflections. We want to see their body language. We want to humanize this. This is just chipping away at people's voice. in that, they're not live, they're not here. So those are my concerns. I want to see people. I want to hear what they have to say, and just want that to be on the record that I don't think this is going to replace anything in my mind. I want to see people and see what they have to say and hear their voices. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. And I wanted to commend you on your leadership program and being able to implement a project in real life. That's really great. I agree that this isn't meant to replace or, I think in reality, this just helps us cast the net wider. And we want to always move forward in terms of access and equity as we outlined at the beginning of the year. And I think this is incredible. And for the public that can't, if you can't see this, it's so easy. It's using our existing Granicus platform. There was nothing we need to purchase or add, or I know it took some staff time to implement and everything, but this is incredibly user-friendly, and you have these little icons right next to the appropriate agenda item. You can see exactly what folks have to say. It's wonderful. I was really excited to see it in person today. So thank you, and not to diminish email. I mean, email's fabulous too, because that gives constituents a chance to reach out to us directly and ask questions. Of course, phone and texting, all of these methods are just a way for us to hear more and see more, and I think that helps us keep our finger on the pulse. So this is wonderful. I think it's a game changer for us, so thank you.
Welcome.
Any other commissioners? Seeing none, thank you so much, Mr. Woolridge, and we're excited to implement this today and continue on. So, and hearing from new voices through our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I'm looking to the Vice Chair for a motion on block vote.
The block vote would be block 9, 10, and 11.
Thank you.
And I have comments on each one.
You have comments on each one? Okay, love to hear your comments.
Okay. On 9, good job to the assessors. I think they're doing a great job being fair and transparent and returning money that's overpaid and keeping the books sharp and up to date and all that. It's wonderful. And then number 10, the mental health money, the ARPA money going to mental health is very important. And we just have to make sure it goes to this very needed cause. We have a lot of problems in our county. And 11 is okay. I said job creation is good, but I believe that the metal detection is kind of plain overkill. And it dates back to I don't know if anybody remembers this that's here, but the green jello incident. What it was called by many. So anyhow, that's my comments for those 3 items.
Okay, is that a motion as well?
Surely, yes.
Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. I'm looking to the board. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Andriola. So we have a motion and second on items 9, 10, and 11. I'm looking to the clerk. Do we have any public comment on those items?
Yes, we do. Janet Butcher for item 10.
Ms. Butcher?
I'm waiting.
Please continue.
It looks like Commissioner Garcia has something else she's dealing with.
I'd like to hear your public comments.
Well, I would like to give it as soon as she's back at her seat. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, you can start the timer.
Thank you very much. I think that was a little rude, but that's okay. It's rude on your end, not.
I'd like to hear your thoughts on
I'm going
item
to,
10.
ma'am. I really am. I thank you, okay? But Janet Butcher, for the record, frequent commenter. Again, I think that was a little bit rude, but that's okay. This, I don't know if you can see that. It's not on the way it was in agenda, but I went through this, and I just wondered why, when we do these, if we can't do something a little bit more like this, where we would have the items that are listed along with the amounts and along with how to do a little bit of research on them. I think it would make it a lot easier for us, but maybe that's perhaps the idea, is not to make it easy for us. The first one, the Northern Nevada Hopes, I had the luxury of talking with one of the ladies who presented at a meeting that I was at.
Ms. Butcher, I think you are wanting to speak on 12, the ARPA allocations.
Oh, am I? Oh, darn it. Gee, I got the wrong stuff.
American Rescue Plan, ARPA, on number 10.
This, we are looking to, and I do not want to speak to the audience. This is an ARPA plan for behavioral health, wellness, and prevention.
Well, then I guess I'll have to fill out another card and come back as a frequent commenter. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, any other public comment?
Penny Brock for item 11.
Penny Brock for the record. Please enter my comments in the record. Here again, we have a block vote. Here again, curtailing our right to speak on each agenda item. That is an infringement of our First Amendment right. I would like to make a comment on number 8 about this speak up.
Ms. Brock, you have asked to speak on item 11.
I also filled a card for number 8.
That is not a public comment item, Ms. Brock. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on item 11.
I don't understand, because it says end of consent items and it goes into these next agenda items. 8, 9, 10, 11. I do not see that. It is
Ms.
a block.
Brock, you are signed in for number 11, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
My concern about Speak Up is, will it become part of AI where they can take...
Ms. Brock, I am asking you to please speak on item 11. That is what you have signed in your form for. Item 8 is not available for public comment. Thank you.
There's someone at the dais who's up for re-election next year. I'm glad that this is videotaped so the constituents in her district can see her behavior. So pertaining to number 11, I support fully the approval of the contract with Allied Universal Security. I saw them at the library event on Saturday. It was nice they were there. We felt much safer because our center people had showed up at the request of the library director, and they were very aggressive, and we felt much safer because security was provided there. We were glad that the Sparks police did come by and check on what was going on. Also, the sheriff, a deputy sheriff, showed up. So I had asked before that there be a law enforcement presence. We know that our...
Ms. Brock, if you'll continue your comments to item 11, the contract.
I am. I'm talking about the security company. The security company cannot arrest people should things get out of hand. So, but they do give a presence of law enforcement, which is nice. Just like here, it's nice to know that they're here to protect all of us. It was nice that our actual law enforcement showed up to back up the Allied security. So I greatly encourage you to, again, renew their contract. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a motion by Vice Chair Herman and a second by Commissioner Andriola. We've taken public comment. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. 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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none. And I think that that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And now we will move to item 12. And Mr. Manager, I know that's a lot to read, so feel free to summarize.
Okay, item 12 is a recommendation in accordance with NRS 244 .1505 to approve allocation of American Rescue Plan Act funds through the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $6,231,494. Approve associated resolutions and authorize the county manager to assign necessary award documents for the following 20 projects awarded to government entities or nonprofit organizations created for charitable, religious, or educational purposes. So I'll just read through the names, if that's okay, Mr. Counsel.
Yes.
So Northern Nevada Hopes, an award of $1,500,000 to Children's Cabinet in support of the Audi Project, an award of $1 million. Raise the Future in support of the intensive recruitment program for Washoe County foster children in the amount of $632,494. Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District for enhancement to the ambulance fleet of $500,000. Tahoe Micro Transit Pilot Project, excuse me, $400,000. Tahoe Lending Locals Project to incentivize Lake Tahoe homeowners to provide long-term rentals, $350,000. Community Health Alliance in support of on-site healthcare services at Our Place, $314,000. Nevada Museum of Art in support of expanding art research and education, $250,000. Bristlecone Recovery Center in support of residential treatment services, $250,000. Rebuilding Together Northern Nevada in support of rehabilitating homes owned by Washoe County residents, $200,000. Truckee Meadows, Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful in support of cleaning up public lands, $200,000. Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada in support of Startup Week and entrepreneurship initiatives, $150,000. Truckee River Improvement Project in collaboration with the City of Reno for the Truckee River Master Plan, $100,000. Incline Village and Crystal Bay Community and Business Association in support of Incline Main Street initiatives, $75,000. The Black Community Collaborative in support of entrepreneurial literacy and financing programming, $75,000. The Generator, a community arts marketplace in support of expanding children's art programs, $60,000. Soulful Seeds in support of the Garden at Our Place in the amount of $50,000. Tahoe Prosperity Center in support of the Envision Tahoe program to diversify and strengthen the economy in Lake Tahoe in the amount of $47,500. Reno Air Races in support of operations for the annual races event in the amount of $400,000. Tahoe Transportation District for Washoe County FY24 annual contribution in the amount of $37,500. And if approved, direct the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary net zero cross-fund and or cross-functional budget appropriation transfers.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And now I will throw it over to Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I disclosed and recused myself from this item at the June 20th meeting, I wanted to state that on this item I've sought guidance from the district's attorney's office, and as such I would like to disclose and ultimately recuse myself for the following reasons. I'm a former board member of the Children's Cabinet, which is slated for specialized funding under this item. If approved, my role as a board member ended last year, but due to its recency, I wanted to bring this to light by way of this disclosure. Additionally, I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal private relationship with Oscar Delgado, who is the CEO of Community Health Alliance. Community Health Alliance is seeking a funding request to provide on-site healthcare services to the children, women, and families at Our Place. He indirectly will oversee the use of these funds if approved today. and out of an abundance of caution, I will recuse myself from this vote. Madam Chair, please accept this disclosure and recusal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I have a disclosure as Commissioner Garcia is leaving. I am the chair of the Tahoe Transportation District, and I am the chair of the Tahoe Prosperity Center. I serve these bodies as part of my roles and duties as a county commissioner. You'll see that I am listed on their board on our agendas. I do not serve in a personal capacity. I have no pecuniary interest in either one of these boards, but I wanted to disclose that for the record. Do I have any other commissioners? And it looks like Commissioner Clark is signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your disclosure. I've got some comments. Number one, Manager Brown is disclosed that he was on the Children's Cabinet as a member of that board. The chair of the commission just disclosed that she's had some involvement with this. So these are the two people in the county that put together the agenda, the chair and the manager. So, I mean, to me, I'm not accusing anybody of anything, probably no wrongdoing, but it just has the appearance of impropriety. When somebody sits on the board and then they're the ones who put it on the agenda. So I just want full disclosure is all I'm asking for, and I'm glad that the chair disclosed that. I want to talk about specifically Children's Cabinet. The research that I've done, they got some money from the state. They're about to buy a building, rehab, refurbish the building. On that, they're asking for $1 million from us. If they don't raise the rest of the money for the project, what happens to this $1 million? Does it come back to the county? Does it go in their general fund? How else? Is there any restrictions whatsoever on us giving, granting money to the Children's Cabinet if their project doesn't go through? So that's one question that I have. And I've got several others if you're prepared to answer that now, or I can go on with my other questions.
Ms. Enfield, do you want to answer that?
Sure. For the record, Gabrielle Enfield, Community Reinvestment Manager. Yes, I can answer that now. We do put in place a subrecipient agreement with performance measures and very clear scope of work. So for a project that is specifically a component of a larger project that has other funding that is contingent, we certainly would make sure that those things come to pass before implementing this grant. Also, all of our funding, and you'll see in my presentation, all of our funding to these subrecipients is reimbursement. So we would not be giving them any funds until they had already implemented the program and the funding for the specific purpose that we are giving them the funds for.
Very well. So again, I just want to reinforce the idea there's two people and two people only in the county that seem to have control of the agenda. When those folks have agenda items that they're involved in, I want people to note that. So again, not accusing anybody of anything, but I'm just making sure that that's on the record and everybody can take a look at that. Next item that I wanted to talk about is the Community Health Alliance. I met with them last week, and they were kind enough to show me their medical van, and I think they're doing a great job. So I had hesitancy initially on that particular issue, but I'm in favor of it now after meeting the doctors and the other folks there. Nevada Museum of Art. You know, I know that they're looking for more money. I'm in favor of maybe even increasing that or giving them more money in the future. I think they're doing a great job and serving the public well. Black Community Collective. I met with the chairman of that group, and we had a good talk. Probably spent an hour and a half together, and I like the idea that he's going to use this money for microloans to help help people in the community launch businesses and so forth. So I think that his projects are well worth supporting. And then lastly, Soulful Seeds. Again, not picking on anybody, but it seems like we're continuing to give them some money. I just want to find out, is the city of Reno involved in giving them any money? Is Sparks giving them any money? What other funds do we have an ability to look into that? And, you know, I like to give money to people that don't get a chance to get money. If you look at the funds that I allocated out to folks, these are folks that are often overlooked, and I encourage my other commissioners to look for those that are underserved in the future and try and forward some money to some of these other private nonprofits that are truly doing a good job and maybe could use some support. So diversification, spreading it out, let everybody get a chance to get a piece of the pie, so to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Infield, I know you have a presentation, so please present. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with today's agenda item, there are 20 new awards, and this is really our last large final batch of awards for the state and local fiscal recovery funds. You'll see that we received $91,587,000 almost 2 years ago. So the Board of County Commissioners accepted these funds back in July 20th of 2021. And so we've been at this for just about 2 years, almost exactly. Up to today's date, we've allocated $83 million of these funds before any of today's items. We have 88 projects so far. It's just a little overview. I'm going to go to the next slide. If approved today, we will have allocated over $90 million, with the remaining of just a little shy of $1.5 million for a contingency, allowing us to conservatively set aside a bit of funds in the event that there are any cost increases in the current batch of projects that we have. We did see through some of the first batch of projects that we had increased costs, especially as we looked into some of our construction projects. So a whopping 107 total projects, so a lot of projects. We expect within the next month or so, we'll have about 16 of those closed. So going into the next fiscal year, 91 projects. As far as the number, even split, internal and external, with the majority of them funding dollar amounts internal projects. I continue to bring this slide, and I know it's a little hard to read, but what I think it demonstrates, and I'm going to address a little bit more in today's presentation, because it's our culmination item. And I wanted to be able to show the complexity of this entire process. What we have as staff and as a board and as a community through this entire process of allocating where the $91.5 million have gone. You know, we've looked at the batch of funds at each time it comes before you, but we've gone through an entire process addressing different needs and different types of allocation process as we go forward. So our first round, and just a little history, so bear with me. I want to kind of give you the universe of what we did, and for the public as well. Our first round, that 6 months into after we received the funds, we did our first 23 projects, and those were our urgent projects, internal projects. So that first batch had a lot of funds dedicated to housing and homeless services. Also, we funded a lot of human services projects. We saw over the pandemic that there was a lot of impact, especially coming out of the pandemic, impact to child and protective services, and we dedicated funds to addressing some of those things. Additionally, our courts were heavily impacted with the closure, and a lot of funds were dedicated to projects related to the Public Defender's Office, District Attorney's Office, and courts. So we focused funds there in that first round of 23 projects. Additionally, the Sheriff's Office, some additional positions that were later picked up by the general fund as part of that planned process, and some detention facility sanitation. Of course, the medical examiner was impacted. We addressed some needs in the medical examiner's office, and a purchase of, for the health district, purchase of a mobile outreach vehicle and command post, though it will be a good asset for our community going forward as well, and improvements to public health technology. Then in the summer, then we did an open competitive process for community nonprofits, and specifically for 501c3s. We did recommended 23 projects through this evaluated competitive process. And these programs focused on a broad variety of needs in the community. Many of them addressed youth needs and focused on supporting youth and seniors, a couple of economic development projects, and meeting the needs of people with disabilities or underserved populations. Then going forward from January of 22nd through the present, we had a number of projects that came in more emergent community needs, security upgrades for the sheriff's office, some recruitment. As all other organizations in this time period, we had difficulty as a county recruiting and retaining some very specific kinds of professionals, mental health providers, nurses. So we set aside and were able to fund an incentive program for this. We funded the Family Peace Center and Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Those are just some examples of some of those projects that we focused on during the emergent community issues. Also, juvenile services, youth mental health. So really addressing some of those root causes. Oops. We also provided some non-competitive community grants, including a regional wastewater surveillance research award with City of Reno and the City of Sparks. We funded a collaborative with the Boys and Girls Club to add to provide $1.5 million to add 200 childcare slots. Additionally, the board approved general improvement district funds for 4 of our GIDs, providing for recreation activities, road repairs, construction of a skate park, and then an affordable housing study. So really focused on the needs of that particular area. So what we're looking to do as we address these different components of the process is focusing on the different needs throughout our region of Washoe County, as well as the different needs across the community. And then just last week, July 11th, the board approved an additional 14 projects internally to Washoe County, including recreation and culture projects, projects supporting vulnerable populations, some additional projects for kids in care, innovative services and technology, as well as projects focused on mental health. And that brings us to today's allocation requests and recommendations, this final round of 20 projects for $6,231,000. And this last batch of funds is addressing, really what we're focusing on is addressing the critical needs in the community, filling the gaps that were not addressed during the competitive process that we did a year ago for community nonprofits, and meeting the county's commitments to regional efforts and initiatives. Again, you'll see we focus on these guiding principles, and you'll see in these coming slides they are not showing up. Okay. I apologize. The PowerPoint slides are I'm going to skip that. The PowerPoint slides are not, we did break these down into each of these categories for you so you could see them, and they're beautiful, but they're not showing up on the screen right now. So I apologize for that. We do have in the health, I'll just use this slide and just verbally explain them to you. Addressing health disparities, Northern Nevada Hopes at $1.5 million, and Community Health Alliance at $314,000. Addressing the root causes of homelessness, Bristol Cone Recovery Center at $250,000. And we will be back before you as well later in the fall with process for the opioid settlement distribution. Our team is going to be addressing that, so you'll see more funds from those opioid settlement funding going to recovery focus. Okay. Bolstering economic recovery, we have Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada at $150,000. Black Community Collective at $75,000, Incline Village Crystal Bay Business Association $75,000, Tahoe Prosperity Center $47,500, and the Reno Air Races Association at $40,000. And then Enhancing Childhood Environments, Children's Cabinet $1 million, Raise the Future $632,000. And then last but not least is building stronger neighborhoods. So we've got the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, $500,000, Tahoe Micro Transit Program, $400,000, Tahoe Lending Locals Program, $350,000, the Nevada Museum of Art, $250,000, Rebuilding Together Northern Nevada, $200,000, Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful, $200,000, and then the Truckee River Corridor improvements at $100,000. And this is that collaborative that we're working on with the city of Reno to work on that master plan to identify the needs and really action planning for the Truckee River Corridor. And the city of Reno had focused on that with their ARPA funds. And we were very happy to be able to collaborate with them on this as a region and look at the entire corridor of the river, including the unincorporated Washoe County portions of the river. And then additionally, Soulful Seeds at $50,000 and Tahoe Transportation District at $37,000. I'm sorry, I had to read all of that to you guys. Best laid plans. Okay. All right, so just two more slides. I just want this last batch is all to nonprofit organizations or to community organizations, and I wanted to really focus just for a minute on why we do partner with nonprofits and some of the value that it brings to best practices when government partners with nonprofits. And in my 30 plus years of experience in grants and grant funded programs, it has been a best practice to partner with nonprofits, and these are some of the reasons these partnerships are really valuable. It gives us an opportunity to pilot projects and programs that, before we find out whether these things are going to work, something that's new or innovative. Also allows us to address urgent needs without expanding the staff at Washoe County. And we certainly, with this one-time funding, that's something we've tried very hard not to expand staff that we're going to later have to have in future budgets. Nonprofits, they do, and you can see from a lot of when they come up and talk to you, what they do focuses on supporting prevention and diversion, preventing folks or kids from going on a path that's going to end them up in law enforcement or at the CARES campus or some of these other ways that they might hit Washoe County services later down the road. And community partnerships, they're cost effective. They can do programs more cost effectively. They're embedded in the local community, and they are on the ground working with the same people, and that makes them very effective. And then it allows us to focus on our core services, and something that community reinvestment and my team, we work hard as we grant these funds out to nonprofits, is to build that capacity for the nonprofits to get more federal funds to do the work that they do, so that they can go out and get them on their own as well. And I just wanted to address, this is my last slide, I just wanted to address the oversight. These are federal funds, and federal funds are very strict on how you use them. And you have in community reinvestment a very professional team of grants management and public servants diligently ensuring that these funds are cared for and ensured that they're following all of the federal rules and that they're expended in the proper way. First and foremost, in red, we follow uniform guidance, which is the Code of Federal Register rules for all grants, as well as the final rule. So we ensure that they are in compliance with all of that. We require them to do a conflict of interest form, which is necessary, and we do a risk assessment. We make them fill out, and we make them have an agreement, a subrecipient agreement with Washoe County. I'm not going to read all of them because there's a lot, but trust me, we do. We hold them to high standards. Everything is reimbursable, and we help them along the way because federal funds are difficult, and we make sure that they can meet all these requirements. This is my last one. Sorry. The Public Resources Dashboard, and I've heard from the public many times, like, we don't know what they're doing with this. I really encourage the public to go to this dashboard. We will continue to update this. We update it every quarter. We put all of the projects on this dashboard, and everybody has my email also on the staff report. If you have questions, they can always email me, but this dashboard is a great way to find out about the projects, what they're doing, and we'll be continually updating that. With that, sorry it took so long.
That was great. Thank you, Ms. Enfield. Any commissioner comments? I see Commissioner Clark is signed in.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Ms. Enfeld. She always gives a good presentation. I'm glad that I've met with you several times. Very informative. I'm glad that you put on the record about the oversight and the seriousness of that. So everybody understands we're just not throwing money around to people, and the people have to comply with federal guidelines and so forth. So thank you for getting that on the record, and thank you for your presentation.
Commissioner Andriola.
I too want to echo all of the hard work that you and Carissa and the team actually put in. There's no more stringent restrictions in terms of grant processes than that of the federal government. If anyone has done that, they're held to a very, very high standard, and actually, if they're not used properly, can even jeopardize the nonprofit from losing their status. So they're very, very there is more than just compliance oversight. There's a lot if you're not using them correctly in terms of how they were designated. So, and the support that you give to the nonprofits, I really wanted to commend you as well to ensure that they really understand that really, really restrictive oversight. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. During a couple meetings ago, I was very inquisitive on various things, and you and Chris, really helped to answer all those questions. So thank you so much for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, with that, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes. D. Schaefer-Witten, followed by Colin Robertson.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Dee Schaefer-Witten, and I am the co-founder of Soulful Seeds. First and foremost, I wanted to thank the county and the commissioners for the support of Soulful Seeds and our contract to run the Our Place Community Garden. The money that you're discussing today, the ARPA funds, are supplied to state and local governments from the federal government. One of the priorities for the funding is to support food insecurity and community outreach for those in need. This is the commitment of Soulful Seeds. Construction for the Our Place Garden has taken longer than expected due to the engineering requirements imposed by the state, county, and city governments. This required Soulful Seeds to incur substantial expenses for the improvement of the state-owned and county leased space, including grading and raising of the land by 3 feet, utility installation, drainage, and irrigation requirements. Yet, we've been able to have significant impact on the population living on campus, even during this construction and development phase. The garden is open 6 days a week, 3 of which are solely dedicated and reserved for campus clients through our collaboration with Washoe County Human Services, the therapists, where we offer ongoing garden therapy. We also offer a beekeeping therapy class, which has shown to have positive impact on those who have had traumatic experiences. In the time that we've dedicated the campus clients, we also dedicated times to Women of the Crossroads program. Next month, we will begin nutrition classes on campus to teach how to cook food from the garden and create cost-effective menus, which includes the 100 Instant Pots, which we donated to campus during the COVID fund from city funds. Last year, Soulful Seeds donated 5,475 pounds of food to the campus and the community and had 813 unduplicated volunteer hours on campus. With your support, we planted 80 fruit trees in the space. This year through June, we have hosted 662 volunteer hours at the garden, 3/4 of the total hours for last year. And we have done all of this with 1 part-time executive director, 2 temporary summer staff, 250 volunteers, and a very active board. The $50K you're discussing today will help to offset specific construction costs, which we have incurred to improve this property, including the $80,000 for leveling and raising the land and approximately another $120,000 for all of the construction costs, as I discussed earlier. There is no doubt that this garden will support and improve the life of those at the Our Place residents for many years to come, and has provided significant improvement to the land, which was not utilized for over 130 years. As you have accountability to your constituents, we also have accountability to our donors who have provided through their funding the confidence, support, and faith in us to help improve the lives of the most vulnerable in this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Colin Robertson, followed by Wendy Miller.
Good afternoon, Chair Hill, Vice Chair Herman, and Washoe County Commissioners. My name is Colin Robertson. I have the honor of serving as the Charles N. Mathewson Senior Vice President of Education and Research at the Nevada Museum of Art, and of being a 23-year resident of Washoe County. I'm here today to express thanks on behalf of CEO David Walker and the museum's Board of Trustees for your consideration of the Nevada Museum of Art in item 12 on today's agenda, where you are considering approving an allocation of $250,000 to the Nevada Museum of Art. Washoe County and Reno are both home to the museum, the only accredited art museum in the state of Nevada. The 92-year-old museum is internationally recognized for its exhibitions, programs, collections, and original research, and it's right here in our hometown. I want to just highlight a few examples of some of the ways in which the museum has had a pretty profound impact over the last many years. In 2015, EK Economics Consultants determined the museum has an economic impact on Washoe County totaling more than $16 million annually. Today, that number is far greater. The museum is now making a $60 million investment in Washoe County. Construction is underway on a new 50,000 square foot education and research center on the south side of our current facility. Our aim is to put a fine point on our services and ongoing commitment to public education in Northern Nevada. To date, the museum and our Board of Trustees have raised $46 million in support of that growth. Our volunteer trustees have collectively contributed $25 million to that total. Making the museum accessible to all is a key priority of the organization and of my specific role at the museum. Second Saturday Hands-On is a free family day every month that is attracting anywhere from 800 to 1,300 people monthly. We have a free high school admission program for all Washoe County high school students in the district. We have a free educator membership program for all K through 12 Washoe County teachers. We have a free admission program for all UNR and TMCC students at both campuses. And the museum is always free to members of all levels. I want to just say thank you for your consideration of that contribution and allocation, and for your commitment and service to this county, and appreciate the time and willingness to consider our request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wendy Miller, followed by Travis Walker.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wendy Miller. I am a peer recovery support specialist at Bristlecone Family Resources. Thank you all for your service and what you do for our community. We greatly appreciate you. If considered for this allocation, we would be able to impact this community with our services. We deal with addictions treatment, and we reach a lot of people. We have a lot of people come through our doors, and this additional funding would just make it that we could reach more people. And so for your consideration, we just basically want to give you a heartfelt thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Travis Walker, followed by Kim Young.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Dr. Travis Walker, and I serve as the Chief Medical Officer for Community Health Alliance. I want to thank you today for the ARPA funding consideration, and to thank you for your service to our county. With me is our Population Health Director, Holly Long, and in addition to my medical training, I also have a master's in public health. And together, Holly and I have deep consideration for the populations as well as the individuals we serve. Community Health Alliance has been at our place since 2021, and we have served over 600 individual visits for behavioral health and medical needs. Community Health Alliance has a requirement that we don't turn anyone away, regardless of their ability to pay. And that means that we provide care to the uninsured, underinsured, insured, and the homeless. And for this reason, we have become experts in treating these populations. I'd like to talk briefly about the societal impact of providing medical care to the residents at our place. Access to primary care has an enormous ripple effect throughout the community. If a person, especially someone who is unhoused, doesn't have access to primary care services, they're much more likely to get delay in care, which puts pressure on emergency rooms, urgent cares, and also increases the burden of disease in our community. One of the reasons I chose to become a family physician is to do the important work of not only treating illness, but prevention as well. And I chose to work for Community Health Alliance because of its mission to provide outreach to everyone, including those who would otherwise go without. I believe our collaboration with Our Place serves a wonderful role in primary care access and care for those in great need. Disease prevention and stewardship, as well as disease prevention and stewardship of our community resources. With this ARPA funding and your support, we can double the services that we currently provide and even better care for the residents of Our Place and everyone else who calls Washoe County their home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kim Young, followed by Nicole Lambley.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Kim Young, and I'm the CEO of the Children's Cabinet. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and Commissioners. And I'm also joined today, as you heard, by Nicole Lambley, President and CEO of the Food Bank of Northern Nevada. The Audie Project represents a collaboration and partnership of the Children's Cabinet and the Food Bank of Northern Nevada. Together, our organizations have nearly 80 years of combined experience providing services, programs, and resources in our community. We have a new partnership, and that is called the Audie Project. And it is allowing us to provide critical services in a very high-need area, the Audie Boulevard District. Together, we are purchasing a property that includes a vacant grocery box. We are reimagining this space and identifying services and opportunities that are designed to help individuals and families thrive. Included in this space is a child care center that is designed to bring 100 new child care slots to our community. Access to reliable, affordable, quality, licensed child care is a key indicator when we look at parents' ability to seek and maintain employment or education. In Washoe County right now, we are meeting about 40% of the need. Families are seeking quality care, and there simply are not enough slots. The addition of these slots is a step towards our community's ability to start to close this gap. So in addition to childcare, the Audie Project will provide workforce and job training opportunities, access to food, and wraparound case management services. The location is easily accessible, and while in a high-need neighborhood, the services are open to anyone in the community. We thank you for your consideration, and we're very excited to bring the Audie Project to Washoe County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicole Lambley, followed by Sandy Tibbett.
Good morning, Commissioner and Chair Hill and members of the County Commission. I am Nicole Lambley, President and CEO of the Food Bank of Northern Nevada. As my colleague Kim Young just stated, we are very excited about the Audie Project. The Food Bank is celebrating its 40th year of serving people in the community facing food insecurity. And we are committed to continuing that work to feed people today and tomorrow. But as we look ahead to the future, we want to focus on the second half of our mission, which is ending hunger through community partnership. That's exactly what the Audie Project is. It's not just about collaboration, but it's about a true partnership. Two entities coming together, harnessing our passion, our expertise, and our commitment to this community to help members in this community reach their fullest potential. You will begin to see our call to action through our 40th anniversary campaign called Imagine Ending Hunger. And for us, the Audie Project is how we hope to imagine ending hunger in our community, which we have served for an incredible 40 years. We are not going anywhere. We just want to reshape what people facing food insecurity have the opportunity to envision what their lives may look like. So thank you for your consideration of this $1 million appropriation to the Audie Project.
Thank you.
Sandy Tibbett, followed by Catherine Snedeker.
Sandy Tibbett for the record. What does this board have against the seniors in our community? Why do they keep treating them like mushrooms? Do they see them as a poor investment? Low rate of return, maybe? I mean, they are older, so the odds they will be around when it comes time to vote are lower, right? If I was to run for re-election, I would want to be strategic with who I spend the money with, the people's money with. Investing it where I would get a guaranteed higher rate of return. So we have $1.5 million for Northern Nevada Hopes, $1 million for Children's Cabinet, and $633,000 for Raise the Future. Now those are sound investments. Organizations full of young future voters. Oh my gosh. Tahoe Micro Transit Pilot Project, $400K. Tahoe Lending Local Projects, $350,000. Incline Village and Crystal Bay Community and Business Association, $75,000. Tahoe Prosperity Center, $47,500. Tahoe Transportation District, $37,500. That's $910,000 for the Tahoe area. Now that's a sound investment and a good strategic move for re-election. Flood District 1 with the people's money for a high rate of return. I mean, our LGBT community is well on their way to receive more funding this year than our seniors, veterans, or our furry friends combined. Where is the equity for our seniors and veterans? I mean, $200,000 to rehab some of their homes is great, but how far will it really go? How many homes are going to get rehabbed for $200,000? Commissioner Harmon is right. The county is guilty of neglecting and abusing the senior citizens of this community by failing to provide them with the necessary resources to improve their quality of life. Seniors vote too. And ballot harvesting is legal for this next election. I want to thank Mrs. Schaefer-Witten for the transparency and for taking the time to explain where this additional $50,000 is going, and for sharing the good things that they have done for our community. Thank you.
Catherine Snedeker, followed by Sharon Chamberlain.
For the record, Catherine Snedeker, non-person, non-resident, unenfranchised natural woman. I'm talking to persons up there. I'm a natural woman. You're a legal fiction. I'm a woman. I really appreciate the people that came up and talked about how grateful they were for the money they received. You could tell they're very sincere. They are really invested in their project and they want it to succeed. So I would like to see the memorandums of agreement and memorandums of understanding from the federal government that guides all of this. And I will be putting in an information request for that information because I want to know what the federal government says about how you can spend this money. I'm also very upset that there is nothing on this thing because it's, you know, American Rescue Plan Act. What have you done for the people you put out of business when you made them shut down? I don't see anything on there for any of that. What are you doing for the people who lost their jobs because you shut the owner's business down? I don't see anything up there for that. That's an investment in the community. That's property taxes you cut your own head off for. You don't do anything for the people. What are you doing for me? How is any of this going to improve my life? How is any of my tax dollars going to improve my life? Because I'm a senior. You don't give the people anything. You give organizations things. I guess that's because the state of Nevada is defined as an organization. And so Washoe County is an agency of that organization that it reports to. That's why you deal with organizations and not men and women, because you are always in a proprietary capacity for what brings the most money to this commission.
Sharon Chamberlain, followed by Penny Brock.
Oh, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. For the record, I am Sharon Chamberlain, President and CEO of Northern Nevada Hopes. Thank you for your support of Hopes throughout our history and your consideration of funding support the capital campaign of our new East 4th Street Clinic. We are excited to share the clinic located next to the Nevada Cares campus and across the street from Hope's Bridge Housing Community, Hope Springs, is well underway and is set to open its door to provide access to care to over 12,000 individuals in the spring of 2024. As you are all well aware, Northern Nevada faces great challenges having access to primary medical care, mental health, substance use treatment, and other services. Individuals residing at the Nevada Cares campus and or living along the East 4th Street corridor face even greater challenges, as many are often experiencing homelessness or living at or below the federal poverty level. Many potential patients are struggling to make ends meet and need wraparound health care and behavioral health services. Hope's past success in removing barriers to these services and increasing access to medical care and mental health services has reduced emergency room visits and incarceration, thus saving taxpayer dollars. An expansion of this magnitude will change the makeup of this underserved area, a healthcare desert, and address a pressing need for increased medical, mental health care. The county's investment in allocating a portion of Washoe County's American Rescue Plan Act funds to this new clinic is part of a multi-pronged funding approach with long-term sustainability. Hopes has worked diligently to obtain new market tax credits, garner private foundation support, and support from individuals and corporations. As a federally qualified health center, we'll receive enhanced reimbursement for Medicaid and anticipate a high number of Medicaid enrollees, ultimately operating our new clinic in the black by year 3. In addition to increasing health outcomes, the new community health center will contribute to long-term cost savings. For every $1 in federal investments into Northern Nevada Hopes generates $5.34 in economic activity in the region. Therefore, your $1.5 million investment will equate to an $8,010,000 return. Cost savings will be in the form of decreased usage of community resources like REMSA, hospital emergency rooms, hospital inpatient admission, psychiatric hospitalization, police intervention, etc., and stabilization of costly chronic health conditions such as diabetes and high blood pressure and decreased unemployment rates. Hopes was born to meet the needs of those with HIV and AIDS in 1997, and our evolution has been nothing short of amazing in the 25 years since. Today, Hope serves over 12,000 patients with over 86,000 visits per year, providing primary care, substance use treatment, mental health services, case management, pharmacy, and more. We employ over 260 community members. This expansion will allow us to double our number of patients, our number of visits, and our number of staff. Thanks to the support of Washoe County, we will continue to meet patients where they are and keep working to build a healthier community, more equitable community. Sincerely, from our board, staff, patients, and future patients, we thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Penny Brock, followed by Andy Chapman.
Penny Brock for the record. Please enter my comments in the record per NRS. Almost $92 billion might as well be trillion, but the $91 million will be added to our national debt, which is over $32 trillion. America cannot continue at this pace. Your children and grandchildren will be faced with paying off the national debt. I hope you have a good inheritance for them, because they're not going to be able to work enough hours to pay off their debt bill. What are we in Washoe County going to do when those you have given almost $92 million to, they will come back for you to keep funding them? All I can see is you're going to have to raise our property tax bills. You're going to have to raise the taxes on business. Once you give them the money, they keep coming back again and again. I would ask you, when that starts, that you tell them, no, we, the taxpayer, cannot afford it. I stand up here meeting after meeting imploring you, please stop this runaway spending of our tax money. We can't afford it. As I keep imploring you, our grandpas and grandmas on fixed income, they're already facing paying their property tax bills or buying their groceries. They're giving away their pets because they cannot afford to feed their pets.
Ms. Brock, will you please put your comments back to item 12, the ARPA allocation?
This is my First Amendment right. You do not have the right to tell me what I will include in my remarks. Why are you harassing and bullying me? I don't understand. Now, I look at these different projects. There's 20 projects. 5 are going to Lake Tahoe. Well, we know the commissioner who's up for re-election from the Tahoe constituents. So a fourth of the 20 are going to Lake Tahoe, and I love Lake Tahoe. We have $1 million going to the Children's Cabinet, while only $200,000 is going to be divided between seniors and veterans. Again, why are you discriminating against the seniors and veterans, and why are you discriminating against business owners who went out of business and those that were laid off? That was the kind of thing the COVID money was to go for. Thank you.
Next.
Andy Chapman, followed by Jessica Rowe.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair and the Commissioners. My name is Andy Chapman. I'm President and CEO of Travel North Tahoe, Nevada, the official destination management organization for the Tahoe portion of Washoe County, and a 30-year Tahoe resident. I noticed a graphic up on the wall here that shows the mountaintop to the lake, and I do really appreciate your commitment to the Washoe Tahoe portion, while I know you have plenty of issues and opportunities down here in the valley as well. Specifically, I'm referring to items 4, Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, 5, Tahoe Micro Transit Program, 6, Tahoe Lending Locals Project, 14, Incline Village Crystal Bay Business Improvement Association, items 18, Tahoe Prosperity Center, and items 20, Tahoe Transportation District. In specific, I want to highlight on number 5 for the micro transit program. We just finished a 2-year program that just ended at the end of June. 2-year pilot program. Zone 3, which is the Incline Crystal Bay area, had over 185,000 rides and more than 39% of the total riderships in the entire North Tahoe Basin. Many organizations have helped fund this, ours included, and I appreciate RTC, Tahoe Fund, League to Save Lake Tahoe, Hyatt, and Washoe County in that support. The transportation is the #1 issue that we have in the Tahoe Basin, short of the housing conversation, which I know you have much of those discussions. That brings me to item 20 in the Tahoe Transportation District. I sit on the board as a representative of the North Shore Transportation Management Association, and I see the hard work this organization organization continues to conduct. Again, the number one issue we have in the Tahoe Basin, short of housing, is transportation, and we cannot build our way out of the issues we see up there. We must invest in programs and projects that will ultimately protect the lake and the people that enjoy it, both residential and visitors. No doubt this board will hear from some in the public promoting misrepresentation and misinformation. Please don't let that cloud your decision, and rather seek out the facts from the individuals directly involved and doing the hard work day in and day out for our communities. Thank you very much.
Jessica Rowe, followed by Alicia Dynamic. For the record, Jessica Rowe. The pandemic has reminded us all of the power and the need for human connection, and unfortunately, it gave us all an opportunity to feel alone and isolated. For many of our youth experiencing foster care, that feeling is magnified and coupled with uncertainty and fear. At Raise the Future, we believe that every young person deserves to go through life knowing they have a caring adult by their side. Members of the Board of County Commissioners, I am Jessica Rowe, Vice President of Programs for Raise the Future. I'm excited to be here to provide background information on the current services that we provide, and with this grant will increasingly provide to youth and families in Washoe County in foster care. One of the primary ways we do this work is collaborating with the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption through its signature program, Wendy's Wonderful Kids. Through this program, the foundation supports the hiring of adoption professionals, who we call Youth Connections Advocates, to find permanent families for the longest waiting children in foster care, including guardianships and family reunifications when that is a safe option. Using the foundation's evidence-based, child-focused recruitment model, Youth Connection Advocates serve teenagers, children with special needs, and siblings who have a goal of adoption or guardianship and who do not have an identified permanent placement. They work with smaller caseloads of 12 to 15 children to ensure every child receives the time, resources, and support they deserve. A rigorous 5-year national evaluation revealed that children referred to Wendy's Wonderful Kids are up to 3 times more likely to be adopted. Raise the Future provides trauma-informed training and support services to adult caregivers and child welfare professionals using an evidence-based, trauma-informed model called Trust-Based Relational Intervention, or TBRI. With this intervention, that is designed by the Karen Purvis Institute of Child Development, we empower caregivers and child welfare professionals to understand the impact of trauma, gain tools to address associated behavioral challenges so they feel better equipped to meet their child's needs that result from complex developmental trauma. Providing this support is critical for recruitment and retention efforts. This project would provide intensive recruitment services to eligible Washoe County youth to promote adoption from foster care and provide TBRI-infused family support services for caregivers and professionals to help youth heal from trauma and maintain stability. Funding over 2 years will support increasing the number of youth served from 25 to 45 or more and increase the availability of TBRI training to families and professionals. This support allows you to become part of helping our children feel seen, heard, and to heal from their past experiences. Thank you for the consideration.
Thank you.
Alicia Dynamic, followed by Tony Lagoteta.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for having me, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Alicia Dynamic, and I'm the executive director of The Generator, a nonprofit community makerspace that has existed in Sparks since 2013. The Generator is an organization that has been in a state of iteration and evolution for the entirety of the time it has existed. While we're best known for large-scale sculptures produced for Burning Man by artists who come from literally all over the world to make use of the generous space and the impressive range of equipment and tools that we provide at a scale unrivaled by nearly all makerspaces currently in existence, our reach in the pursuit of supporting the creative goals of our beloved Reno Sparks community is much larger than many realize. We are currently the home to nearly 50 full-time studio artists, and we've supported the development of countless local small businesses. We count 200 local residents as members utilizing our resources, and that number continues to steadily grow. And as our former and first ever education director, I have personally been overseeing the creation and development of a youth education program focused focus on building a sense of confidence and agency in our local children via creative expression, employing myriad educational formats and artistic media, a type of education that I think we could probably all agree is an important part of a well-rounded education, is also becoming less accessible, particularly to children who fall into different marginalized categories. And that particular disparity has increased during COVID. In the past few years, we have reached hundreds of children with creative outreach, workshops, collaborations with local schools, community organizations, shelters for the unhoused, art classes, field trips, summer and school year break camps, and participation in local community events. While my staff and I are deeply passionate about the pursuit of centering young people in the focus of our operations, with the pandemic came the need to leave our original building, spend a significant amount of time running our operations in extremely limited capacity, and also pretty much rebuild our organization from the ground up. So after 18 months of working with local regulatory authorities to transform our new home in the Adi district from a former big box store turned storage facility into a thriving community hub of inspiration, knowledge sharing, and creative growth, I'm proud to say we're fully permitted and fully functional at this time. This process, however, has been quite taxing on our resources, both human and financial. In the consideration of this potential grant, I've devised a strategy for building our capacity for programming serving the youth in a few key areas, including a tech lab that will allow us to employ methods of digital design to teach technological literacy through art, ceramic studio, increasing what we can do with our sculpture programming, and equipment for a collaborative, iterative building workshop for small children. The potential into this decision for a transformative increase in our organization's capacity to serve our community's children in their growth as a capable, confident, and creative individuals is immense, and we are excited and grateful for your interest in partnering with us in the achievement of these goals. Thank you so much for your time and the consideration.
Thank you.
Tony Lagatetta, followed by Katie Pace.
Tony Lagatetta, Chief Operating Officer and Board Member for the Reno Air Racing Association. Chair Hill and Vice Chair Herman, Commissioners, thank you so much for your time and consideration of all these projects. As you all surely know, 2023 will be the last year of air racing here in Reno at Stead Airport. And while we do have a license for an air show in 2024 without air racing, 2023 is the bucket list year for our event for aviation enthusiasts across the globe. As a unique international event, we attract both exposure and fans from all over the world, including a partnership with Microsoft Flight Simulator, which has had a huge impact. But all of the impressions that we get over the last few years, that total has gone up over 1 billion per year. And it's all because of the very unique nature of our event and what we can bring into this community. As a local nonprofit, which is more what I'd like to focus on, we are really proud of the things that we're able to do in our community. We've been here for 60 years, of course, and our roots run deep here. We've been able to grow our STEM program to where we serve over 6,000 kids every year, getting them inspired into STEM education and aviation, hoping that they will pursue careers in aviation. Over the last couple of years, we've introduced our scholarship program, which we've been working on for a long time, and now have presented and awarded 20 $10,000 scholarships with the help of the Ray Foundation. And several of those young adults have actually achieved their private pilot's license already. We will be doing that again in the coming year. We are still the Reno Air Racing Association. We are still a 501c3 nonprofit here locally. In addition to that, through our event, we're able to make large contributions to nonprofit organizations all throughout our community across the spectrum, from veteran service organizations to kids organizations, women aviation scholarships, and senior centers and those kinds of things, just to name a few. And of course, we have our Military Appreciation Day Friday of every year, where we offer free attendance for all current and former members of the military. We love this community. We hate that we're leaving it. However, we're in the middle of planning a huge last event where people are going to come from all over the world to our community. They're going to get to experience our community and celebrate this final event here in Reno. The award will help us to make this event as big as it can be and as successful as it can possibly be, and allow us to bring both the economic impact and the cultural impact, as well as all that wonderful marketing impression type stuff to our community in 2023. So I just want to thank you very much for your time and your consideration. Thanks.
Thank you.
Katie Pace, followed by Doug Irwin.
Hello, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Katie Pace, for the record, Rebuilding Together Northern Nevada. And I have with me our new Executive Director, Meg Shea, who's took over July 3rd. So as the founder and first board president and first executive director, I'm so pleased that Meg is going to take us and expand what we do here, and pleased for this opportunity to work with you all again. We were awarded the first round. News of the first round, we've helped 6 homeowners with 42 repairs, ranging from safety bars and ramps to bathroom renovation. So with this additional funds, we plan to help 20 more households, and probably in that same line of 100 or so repairs. So we appreciate your work that you're doing here, and we appreciate your consideration. Meg?
For the record, Meg Shea, Executive Director, Rebuilding Together Northern Nevada. It's my honor to take the baton from Katie and all the great work that she has done, along with our amazing board and with parents who have been in the community for more than 30 years and a mother with Alzheimer's. You know, aging safely in the home is pivotal at the very least. It is so important that our seniors, those with disabilities, veterans, that they can, in fact, stay in their homes. So I greatly appreciate your consideration and your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doug Irwin, followed by RJ Bath.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is Doug Irwin. I'm the Senior Vice President of Entrepreneurial Development for EDON, and I'm here to give you a little bit more context on the ARPA grant. Our aim with this grant is simple. It's to create more entrepreneurial-led companies in Washoe County. When I mean entrepreneurial-led, I mean across the entire entrepreneurial stack. That means microenterprise, small business, startup scale-up, and university spin-outs. We plan to accomplish that by doing 2 different things, primary activities related to the grant. First, launching the community's first ever Startup Week, and then creating an advisory board of ecosystem builders, people that help grow entrepreneurial companies, to support a diverse set of new entrepreneurial initiatives. Regarding Startup Week, it's a week-long celebration supporting the entire entrepreneurial stack. 3 tracks, budding entrepreneurship, small business, startup scale-up, 40 events, 3 major gatherings, all free to the community. Our primary objective with Startup Week is to foster a spirit of innovation, creativity, and collaboration within the community, helping kind of rebuild that energy post-COVID, to provide resources, education, and support for aspiring entrepreneurs and startups, to celebrate and showcase the success stories of local startups like Dragonfly Energy, for example, to inspire others to contribute to the local economy, to connect participants to investors, mentors, all the different resources they need to create a new company. And then finally, to promote diversity and inclusion in the entrepreneurial ecosystem, ensuring equal opportunity for all members of the community. The startup organizing team is put on by a diverse set of support organizations, including Startup Nevada, NCET, the Small Business Development Center, UNR's Innovation Center, the Audacity Institute, Generator, Wandering Wild, Entrepreneurs Organization, and many, many other people. And we'd like to welcome you all to join us, should this go forward, September 25th through the 9th for Startup Week. Phase 2 of this grant is all about diversifying our entrepreneurial support activities. The idea here is to create an ecosystem builders advisory board with a diverse set of new and differentiated leaders, some of which are on the organizing team, provide them with training through Startup Champions Network to best practices on how to build entrepreneurial ecosystems, and then provide them with ability to make their own financial decisions and direct some of this funding going forward. So I really appreciate the opportunity to present this. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
RJ Bath, followed by Darcy Phillips.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Ron Bath. I'm here as a citizen of the community. I've lived here since 1955, and I'm just kind of here to support the Reno air races. It's part of the changes that are going on, but what I want to kind of emphasize is that they've been part of the community for the last 59 years, and the reason they've been so successful is every year some 1,200 people are volunteers. Half of those volunteers come from the local community, half of them come from other places, but they come here to make it work. And so I'm honored to be here. I'm always honored to be able to come and speak in front of a dais like this, because it's what it's all about, being part of the community. This is a great community, and I thank you for that. I guess the last part of this, though, is it's about change. You know, I grew up, and all I ever want to do is put myself in the cockpit of a jet and go faster than the speed of sound. Today, I asked my daughter, what do you think about aviation? She says, Dad, it's getting stuck in a middle seat or stranded on a ramp somewhere in a town that you don't want to be in. So aviation has changed. The air races have changed. The community's changing, but it's a great place to live. And I thank you, and I wish you the best of luck on behalf of all these, because all of these seem to be a part of the fabric of the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Darcy Phillips, followed by Tracy Thomas.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Darcy Phillips, the Executive Director of Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful. Thank you for your consideration. I would like to share that in reference to the presentation made by staff earlier, that we are one of the very few Keep America Beautiful affiliates in the country that is a separate nonprofit instead of being housed within a municipality or a county. So we are trying to take off that burden off of county and city staff. This project of ours includes working with each of you to identify hotspots in your territory, in your districts, that include illegal dumping and other cleanup sites. We also want to collect green waste and trash and plant native plants. We will also coordinate and implement the removal of the abundance of abandoned vehicles in various parts of this county. And we will provide increased outreach and education around that dumping. Our work reduces blight in our community and fire risk due to illegal dumping. And our annual litter survey that we do every year showed a dramatic increase in litter and illegal dumping during the pandemic. We are still playing catch up with that, and we appreciate the consideration of these funds for that. We appreciate your support and partnership in keeping the Truckee Meadows beautiful, and thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Tracy Thomas, followed by Janet Butcher.
Good afternoon. Once again, seniors are valued less than art. How about a motion to reduce the art to $150K and increase the senior project to $300K? Or maybe 50,000 square foot museum. Can you imagine a 50,000 square foot senior center? And just coming in today, just trying to park in the parking lot, I had to share the parking lot with a bunch of shopping carts. So maybe we should probably look into maybe providing some parking spots for shopping carts over there now. And maybe, share some of that $1 million from the Hopes Project with the Our Place Project, a program that's actually proven to improving our homeless community. We're getting hit again by soulful seeds, so I just don't understand why you're nickeling and diming this group every meeting instead of just giving them one lump sum. I'm not saying they're not deserving of some help at any means. We just want full transparency in the matter. How much is these folks getting, and how much do they need? Obviously, they need more, so quit just pussyfooting around about it, get it done. Stronger neighborhoods, as detailed in the requisites for this funding, entails more secure neighborhoods. Washoe County's patrol unit is not keeping pace with our communities. Where is that addressed in all this? And I'm assuming most of you have probably seen The Sound of Freedom. What portion of these funds are being used to aid child trafficking through NGOs? And what portion
is helping to deter it in our community, because it is very well active here, much like the MS-13 gangs and everything. I served 2 years on the grand jury, and we had many cases regarding the child trafficking. It's very sad. It needs to be addressed. I hope you, if you haven't seen the movie, I hope you do.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Val White.
Janet Butcher, for the record, frequent commenter. Color me embarrassed for jumping the shark, but gives me an opportunity to show this again. I'd love to see an Excel spreadsheet. There were 3 different entities that I couldn't find websites for, not saying that they're not legit, but it was just interesting. I agree with Sandy, Catherine, Penny, and Tracy on their comments. I thank Ms. Enfield for her presentation and concur with Commissioner Clark that the addition of the how they do the oversight of the distribution is appreciated. I also want to thank Tony, I'm going to pronounce it wrong, Locatata, about the Reno air races. Because that was one that I picked out that I thought, wow, it's really, I'm glad that you're giving them some money. I hope they have a successful last year. I think it's a shame, and it kind of comes back to one of the things I've talked about many times here, is about growth is important, but do we think about where we are growing? Now we're having something that has been in the community for 60 years, something that is near and dear to my husband, who was a pilot, and maintained engines, Porsche engines in airplanes until they discontinued it, that we have several people come to the community that he had as either clients or that he met throughout his many years of working on airplanes. So I really think it's a shame that we don't stop and think about where this growth is going. I've said before, like last week especially, like with the cannabis stuff, but anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Val White.
I'm absolutely certain that a good portion of these recipients are worthy causes. I commend them and their missions. I recognize the heart and dedication many of them have for their causes. However, I also know that some of the recipients of these funds are not about heart and mission, but about political agendas. Black Community Collective, headed by Angie Taylor, ex-WCSD school board chair. I know very well what her agenda is. Let me remind you of her infamous quote that will tell you all you need to know about the nonprofit she leads. Quote, being white isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it can be. Quoted in the RGJ. I think someone in the public should open a Celtic community collective or an Italian community collective or a Red Hair with Freckles community collective nonprofit and also receive $75,000 worth of public funds. Maybe they can do just as much good. Last, I'd like to remind the public and the many nonprofit attendees here today of the 3-card Monty game. That's the one with the 3 cups where they're constantly hiding what's going on. That goes on with some of the local nonprofits. If you go to a few of the nonprofits' websites, those who are getting this money, they themselves donate to other nonprofits and other causes, such as the Pride Parade, Our Center, and more. So again, we as taxpayers are having our taxes support causes and political agendas that we don't support. That's just wrong. I would suggest to the nonprofit representatives here today that you refrain from using your monies to donate to other nonprofits because it gives the impression that you are party to the three-card Monty shuffle. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no one else signed in.
Okay.
Hey, I signed up. Oh, never mind.
I will open it up to the board. Any other comments from the board? I see Commissioner Clark has signed in.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank everyone that's come down to represent their organization. I think it's always good to hear on the public record what your organization is about, what you plan to do, what you're doing. I think Nevada Hopes was very informative with their talk about every $1 of them goes to them is worth about $5.34 and others. So, I mean, it's cost effective. Many of your organizations are cost effective as our presenter, Ms. Enfeld, mentioned that, you know, the county doesn't have to hire extra staff, extra employees for a lot of the work that the nonprofits do. I think that I'm happy that you're here and made your presentation. I think that if you got the flavor of the room, that folks are looking for, and this isn't to your organizations by any means, it's to the dais and to the county about spreading the wealth around and sharing it with the fastest growing segment of the population, the senior citizens. So I'm looking to help the senior citizens and get them a little bit more help. And so, again, I salute all of you for coming here today and talking about your organization. I think we should talk to Chair about this. We should have maybe a group picture of the folks that were here, and I appreciate you coming down and sharing with the public what your organization does. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. I see no other sign-ins. And yes, Commissioner Clark suggested that hopefully if we have a affirmative motion today that everyone can come down and we can get a group photos of all the nonprofits and our reinvestment team at Washoe County as well. With that, I am looking for a motion from the board. Commissioner Andriola.
Madam Chair, I move to accept the staff recommendations for item 12 as presented.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark, any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, I think that passes unanimously. If you'll vote on the screen. All right, yes it does, 4-0. So thank you for that, and we'll take a quick break to do a photo. Thank you. unfortunately. But if we could come back at 1:40, and I really appreciate, again, everyone's patience, and we'll come back at 1:40. Thank you. Okay. The County Commission will come to order, and I will open the public hearing. Before you today is a reconsideration of the Board of County Commissioners grant of appeal. And I think we should start with a brief staff presentation. The applicants have asked for 15 minutes, so I'm going to give the appellants and the applicant 15 minutes for their presentations. After the staff presentation, I'll open public comment, and then we will take a vote. And before we take a vote, I will, after public comment, I will look to the DA to remind us of what we're looking at when we look at these public hearings. You don't have to do it right now, DA Edwards, but I'm just preparing you. Thank you. So we will start with our staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, Trevor Lloyd with Planning and Building. The item before you, I'll try to be brief because it's really a repeat of the presentation from May 9th. This is essentially well, it's a reconsideration of the item that you heard on that date. Again, for the purposes of this appeal is to determine the number of parking spaces allotted to 1447 Tyrol Drive. The property is located at, as I said, 1447 Tyrol Drive in the Tyrolean Village, in Incline Village. Just a little bit of brief background. On March 7th, this request for a Tier 2 short-term rental for up to 12 occupants maximum was approved by the Director of Planning and Building. Then on March 15th, Washoe County received an appeal of this request, and then on May 9th, the appeal was heard by this board, and at that time, the appeal was granted, essentially denying the Tier 2 short-term rental request. In addition, the County Commission made the finding that only 2 parking spaces could be allotted to this property, which reduced the maximum occupancy to 8 occupants. Following the May 9th hearing, the Commission requested a reconsideration, and that is what we're hearing today. In furthering the discussion of Washoe County's role in the enforcement of CC&Rs, it remains staff's position that the county is not a party to CC&Rs because the CC&Rs are a private agreement and local governments are not a party to such agreements. The county does not have jurisdiction to enforce restrictions. For this reason, Washoe County staff does not deny or revoke a short-term rental on the grounds that it may violate an HOA's CC&Rs. This is why the Development Code section 110.319.10H3 provides a disclaimer that an STR permit does not relieve a property owner from complying with any applicable private restrictions on the property, such as CC&Rs or HOA rules. So per Washoe County Code, staff relies on the HOA to interpret their rules and regulations for us. So on January 2nd, Washoe County received a letter. It was a parking verification from the Tyrolean Village Association, which clearly identified an allotment of 3 parking spaces for 1447 Tyrol Drive. And although there has been communication back and forth, the association has not changed that interpretation. So again, the appellants contend that the allocated parking spaces for the STR do not meet Washoe County parking requirements. Again, Washoe County planning staff based their calculation on the number of designated parking spaces allotted to the unit in accordance with 110.319.15B2. Additionally, the appellants argue that the director ignored a letter from the HOA's legal counsel when determining that the 3 parking spaces. The letter discusses the HOA's CC&Rs and allocated parking spaces for each unit. The HOA legal counsel discusses 1 parking space per unit is allocated. A minimum of 1 parking spaces is allocated in the Tyrolean Village. Again, this reconsideration. This is a reconsideration of the item that was heard back in May, and I offer the following motions for your consideration, and I am available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lloyd. Now we will go to the appellants, and if Madam Clerk, if we could put 15 minutes on the clock for them to speak to the board.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Smith, Commissioners, and I'm appearing on behalf of the concerned neighbors of Tyrolean Village. We are again asking, as both residents and voters, that the Commission reverse the Tier 2 permit and revise the Tier 1 permit for a maximum of 4 occupants at 1447 Tyrol Drive. Your decision on May 9th was a compromise, but it didn't follow the Washoe County Code, which states that STRs should only use their allocated parking space for occupancy determinations. So we are simply asking you to abide by your own code. We are going to be presenting some new information, including a recent HOA letter on allocated parking. We also have a letter which you have received and you requested from our HOA attorney, reaffirming the 1 parking space and explaining why the driveway cannot be used for parking for an STR. This also supersedes any previous emails and letters that were sent from our association to the STR office. Additionally, we are going to explain to you steps our HOA has taken to ban Tier 2 and Tier 3 STRs. So we're going to start with a quick refresher on STRs in Tyrolean Village, review the history of the parking verification letter, explain our local steps to manage STRs, and describe what is legal and equitable for 1447 Tyrol. We're asking the Commission to follow the law. This is not discrimination. It's equity, fairness, and the just thing to do. Briefly, Washoe County remains the only county on Lake Tahoe that doesn't cap short-term rentals. This has put tremendous pressure on Incline Village, where we now have an estimated 900 short-term rentals in our small community. Tyrolean Village itself has 226 standalone and semi-detached family residences. Each are on 2,000 square foot lots. I'd point out that the STR staff continues to have the wrong lot size in their reports. All but one of the homes that has been purchased in the last year has been converted into a short-term rental, meaning there is no affordable workforce housing left in our community. It's being eliminated by these STRs. There are currently 32 STRs operating. 2 of them are probably illegal and that they're operating even without permits. So this still demonstrates the inadequacy of any enforcement by the county of their permit limits. Initially, the STR office took the face value of the applications that were coming in from STR owners, and whatever they claimed was what was accepted. Many were overstating their parking spots. They were using snow ramps. They were using permanent resident spaces. They were using guest spots to count towards their STR occupancy. We as neighbors complained. We filed over 70 official complaints in the last year and a half and many unofficial complaints. In fact, your former enforcement officer, Steve Oreo, said he spent upwards of 75% of his time looking on issues in our small Tyrolean Village area. We've never had any legal Tier 2 permits issued to TVA until Mr. Gupta's application. However, some STR owners ignored their permit limits, and I've listed some of them on this slide. Illegal STRs should not be used to justify granting Mr. Gupta's permit. Again, let me emphasize, illegal STRs should not be used to justify granting Mr. Gupta's permit. I don't expect you to read this next slide, but it's a list of the 32 STRs in Tyrolean Village. The left side red column is the number of parking spaces that were claimed by STR owners in their applications. The right side red column is their actual allocated number. There's a significant difference, many overstating by 2 or 3 times what they were actually allowed and permitted in our community. And it was because of these false claims that your former enforcement officer, Steve Oreo, worked with our HOA to set up a parking verification letter. Our former property manager sent in the letters, but they were not always accurate. They were not reviewed and approved by our HOA board or by our legal counsel. So the letter our legal counsel sent to you on July 15 states that the letter the STR office used back in January is not sufficient legally to set parking for 1447 Tyrol. So I'm asking you to set aside that letter and recognize the July 15th letter from our HOA attorney is what you should be using to making the determination. On July 16th, our HOA board sent a letter to all property owners in Tyrolean Village reaffirming, quote, each unit in Tyrolean Village has one parking spot, end quote. This supersedes previous correspondence that's been sent to your STR office. I ask you to see attachment A to my PowerPoint. Also, at your request, as I've indicated, our HOA attorney sent you a new letter further reaffirming this one parking space allocation. So as pointed out before, we have a very unique garage construction program. And this is relevant because most garages and driveways are on common land. 1447 forfeited any right to an exterior space when the garage for that property was built. Using the driveway to park STR cars clearly violates Washoe County Code Chapter 110. At the 11th hour, Mr. Gupta is arguing that he doesn't have an easement, which means he doesn't have a way to even get into his garage. This becomes an absurd, if not bizarre, argument. So what steps has our HOA taken to manage STRs? In June of last year, June 2022, the HOA reaffirmed our one parking space rule and noted, according to the Washoe County Code, that STRs cannot use overflow and guest parking spots. In June of 2023, just a month ago, the HOA further took steps by prohibiting or banning Tier 2 short-term rentals and Tier 3 short-term rentals in our community. It also set operating parameters for rental operators and again reaffirmed the parking space limits. As late as this week, Mr. Gupta had cars in front of his house sticking out into the roadway, not abiding by the occupancy limits. So what is legal and equitable and fair for everybody involved? First, we're asking you to respect the HOA Tier 2 prohibition. Second, we are asking you to recognize, as explained in the most recent letter from our HOA attorney, that the driveway and the garage are on common land, specifically parcel number 126-54034, and I will put up at the end of this presentation a copy of that parcel. So at 1447, their garage and their driveway does indeed sit on an easement, and that indeed is in violation of your county code. The third thing we're asking is that you ensure that the permit for 1447 conforms to the county code by specifying that only the allotted parking space can be used. That's 4 occupants. So per our HOA CC&Rs and rules and regs, and we're not asking you to enforce those, we're informing you of what they say. Garages constitute the allotted 1 parking space. Therefore, we would ask you to see our attorney's letter of July 15, that the STR occupancy for 1447 should be no more than 4, and you should treat this property exactly the same way as other STRs in Tyrolean Village. We're not asking for different treatment or unusual treatment. We're simply saying treat them all the same. If Mr. Gupta wants to bring his extended family for a visit, then the solution, according to your own Washoe County enforcement officer, is all he has to do is turn in his STR permit, and he can have as many occupants as he wants, and he can fit into that house. I would point out that in some of the presentation material that was sent late last night, Mr. Gupta failed to highlight the word no and confuses access determinations and easements with a revocable license. So we want to make sure that this is not confusing. Access is not a parking permit, and a license is not also a parking permit for parking STR cars. Our last slide shows our two asks. For those of you who are residents and voters of this county, we're simply asking what the applicant says, a claim to them. We're simply asking that you take one of these two actions. Actually, we'd like you to take both of them. Further, I'd point out that despite what the applicant says, a claim to the Nevada Real Estate Division is inappropriate since they don't issue STR permits. A case is already pending before the Nevada Real Estate Division on parking for short-term rentals in our own community of Tyrolean Village. So our group should not be told to duplicate what is already underway. This is the language for a possible motion, and based on the record of this appeal and the evidence presented to you, we ask that you deny the Tier 2 permit and revise the Tier 1 permit to a maximum occupancy of 4 people. I'd like to see if I could terminate this for a moment off the screen. And then there's the parking verification letter that was sent by our HOA. And if I can, I don't know if the staff can take off that visual and allow me to put this on for everyone to see. Can the staff help me here? Overhead. You're good? Can you see it? All right. The blue is parcel number 126-54034. That is all the common land in Tyrolean Village, and Mr. Gupta and every other single homeowner who has a garage on common land has to go over that parcel, get an easement, an access easement, to be able to access their garage. So I want to demonstrate that parcel exists. There is an access easement, contrary to the information you're going to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I invite the applicant, Mr. Gupta, up. And Madam Clerk, if you'll please put 15 minutes on the clock.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioners, for hearing my appeal again. It's a big step. And Commissioner Hill, I want to specifically call out the comments you made at the start of the May 23rd hearing, admitting the error that was made. You know, I think it was very brave for you to admit what you did so openly and honestly, and I commend you for it. It's very rare. So the HOA attorney is arguing that the driveway of my home is an access easement. So I basically have listed the actual Tyrolean Village CCRs in front of you. You will, at the end of the section, you will see it clearly states access over any common element to an approved garage may be permitted by the application to the Board of Directors, meaning that I'm granted access to my garage through application to the Board of Directors. The granting of such an application shall vest in the owner a revocable license for limited use and shall not constitute an easement. So if you can move to the next slide now. Yeah. And per the staff report, May 9th BCC hearing, the staff has looked at the recorded map for 1447 Tyrol Drive, and the recorded map does not show any access easements on Tyrol Drive per recorded map. And the recorded map is what's used for all STRs, not just in Tyrolean Village, but across in all of Nevada, Washoe County, to assess whether there's an access easement or not. So, so just to be clear, the easements specified in the HOA attorney letter are not recorded in the map of Tyrol Drive by the assessor, and hence they constitute a private clause in the CCNR. It's between the HOA and the homeowner. So again, these are not recorded. The easements that the HOA is stating are not recorded in the SSR map. Now, if you look at the CCNR clause, it makes sense. So we can just go back to the previous slide, if you don't mind. Yep. The CCNR clause actually makes sense because it allows me a limited use license. And through limited use license, I'm able to use that space in front of my garage. I pay for the snow cleaning for it, for snow removal for it. If the space is broken, I have to fix it myself. The association does not fix that. So I essentially get a use license from the HOA to use the space, and not just me, but everyone within Tyrolean Village, they park cars, on their driveways. I mean, my neighbors do that all the time, and they do it because this clause allows them to do it. So my question is, why should I be different? Like, why, if my neighbors are parking cars on the same, piece of land or driveway, then why am I not allowed to park cars on the driveway? So again, now let's look at the clause that the easement clause inside this document. So this easement clause inside the document, where they say using the word easement, frankly could mean anything, because an easement definition per the recorded map could be very different than the easement definition which is there inside the CCNRs. For example, an access easement may mean there are buried utility lines over there from an assessor standpoint. But from a Tyrol access easement standpoint, they may mean something else. And this brings another important question, actually. If all garage accesses are considered access easements, then for all the STR permits that have been issued in Washoe County, where there is a garage and then there is a driveway, and people are parking cars on the driveway, and that's counting towards the STR permit occupancy, is basically the appellant asking that all those permits should also get reversed, where the garage or the driveway cannot be used to park vehicles? I think this doesn't make sense in my opinion. So commissioners here, I think you have to make a choice here. Are you going to look at the private HOA documents such as CCNRs and garage agreement? If the answer is yes, then you must look at the clause in the CCNRs which says that my driveway does not constitute an access easement in Tyrolean Village. It's very clear. But if the choice is not to look at the CCNRs, which I believe is the right choice, because in the Planning Department staff report, 18 July, page 5, paragraph 5, clearly states that when the STR code was developed, they were specifically designed that the Washoe County would not be put in a position to interpret private covenants and contracts such as CCNRs and HOA rules. So the Planning Department standard practice for access easement discovery is looking at the recorded map and is followed across all Tyrolean Village and hundreds of STRs in Tyrolean Village and for Tyrol Drive. And for Tyrol Drive shows no access easement. So the same standard practice where the Planning Department goes to and finds the recorded map and use that for STRs, not just in Tyrolean Village, but in entire Washoe County, should be followed here. This issue around access easement was even brought up, in the staff report, in the previous staff report on 5/9, where the appellants have argued access easements, and the Planning Department responded to this already in the May 9 staff report, 2023, page 4. The recorded map of 1447 Tyrol Drive does not show any standard access easement. So the standard process of recorded map has been used to grant permits and should be followed consistently, in my opinion. And so my question is that would this not be considered discrimination if it's applied, differently for me? And why is the standard practice not, followed? Finally, the only document that the Planning Department asks for from HOA is a 3 parking letter, which still allows me to park 3 vehicles, 2 in garage and 1 on driveway. This is standard practice that has been followed for 25 to 30 other STRs in Tyrolean Village. And the signed letter from those STRs is included in my presentation. So I've reached out to all the STR owners, and 21 out of 25 have signed that letter. I once again repeat, it's not just important to follow the code, it is also important to follow the standard practice. So when planning department follows the code, they also have a practice along with it. That practice defines what can and cannot be done. And in their case, in case of access easements, they look at recorded map. And in case of parking allocation, they look at basically the parking letter that the HOA provides. So I want to now switch over to my presentation. Oh, is there a clicker here? Oh, sorry. So I'll run through quickly. The first slide is actually, Commissioner Andriola, this is in response. I think you had some questions around occupancy. So this was just to explain that. Occupancy is basically driven by two main factors: what the building or residence can occupy, and what the parking can occupy. So in my case, the staff has determined that my residence can occupy up to 15 people. It's in the staff report. But on the parking side, since I have 3 parking spots and it's 4% per parking, I am limited to only 12. Even though the building can house more, the parking limits me. And the parking determines occupancy for me. So if it's 1 spot, then it's 4, 2, 8, 3, 12. So it's a straight, simple math, as as DA Edwards had stated in the last meeting. Parking allocation letter. So I have currently a parking allocation letter from the HOA giving me 3 parking spaces. There are some false statements by the appellants that parking letter is overridden based on HOA internal communication. First and foremost, parking letter comes directly from the TV HOA board to the planning department. The email that was showed by the appellant was a generic email sent to every HOA member. It was not specific to me or specific to an SDR. So it comes directly. Each parking letter is unique. The reason why it's unique is we have a unique situation in Tyrolean Village where some people have 2-car garages, some have 1. There's a driveway, there is open parking. So to basically account for these variations, this parking letter was started in the first place. As a result, you cannot have a blanket statement saying that everyone has even parking, because there are variations in the homes that exist in the Tyrolean Village. And if appellant is claiming 1-car parking space allocated for all residents in Tyrolean Village, will planning department revise permits for all STRs in Tyrolean Village with occupancy greater than 4? There are around 8 to 10 STR permits who have occupancy greater than 4. So is the plan to really modify all those permits? In my opinion, that to me doesn't make any sense. This is a written confirmation from Ms. Van Dunn as it relates to my parking, and she clearly states in her email that I have 2 in the garage, 1 in the driveway. Now, Ms. Van Dunn is backpedaling her comments in her letter, saying that, oh, I did not mean that. And in my opinion, if we believe that statement, then how can we believe the letter is accurate? If we can't believe the written communication from Ms. Van Dunn in the past, how can we believe her letter is accurate? And from an attorney standpoint, I think written communication is serious. When you provide written communication to someone, that carries a meaning. So in my opinion, the last parking letter specific to my property that we have received from the HOA board, which is standard practice, not from the attorney, from the HOA board, which is standard practice, gives me 3 parking spots. Now, should the BCC be interpreting CCNRs for Tyrolean Village? So there are approximately 25 to 30 STRs in Tyrolean Village. In fact, the number is closer to 15. So I submitted a Washoe County request to get a list of all the STRs which the planning department supplied me. And in all cases, if I can just show this here. Can I project that? Okay. In all cases, if you can see, parking verification letter has been used in every single case. Where you see HOA verification letter, it is used in every single case to determine parking allocation. So this is part of the Washoe County data request that I submitted. This is official confirmation. And I know the appellants have been claiming that there are 32 STRs. Per the data received from the official request I sent, right now at this moment there are 25 active STRs in Tyrolean Village. So given that, and I contacted all 25 STR owners in Tyrolean Village, And 21, in 2 days, 21 of the 25 signed, and the remaining 4 also got back to me that they agreed, but we didn't have time to sign. All 21 or 25 signed saying that the parking letters were used, indeed, to determine occupancy, and CCNRs were not interpreted by the planning department for their permits. And, if this goes to civil court, I'm hoping it doesn't. They have all volunteered that all 25 of them will provide, written testimony that the planning department processes were consistently followed. So I'm not going to spend too much time on it. I think the May 9 PCC decision not only denied my Tier 2 permit, but actually reduced my, parking allocation. And, based on the interpretation of the rule, this has never happened, actually. There's never been a situation where a parking letter has been provided to the planning department, because none of the STR owners have told me that. In many cases, they've said that, oh my God, the parking letter is not appropriate. We wanted more. But once the parking letter they received, the planning department didn't come back to them and said, hey, we'll reduce your parking even further. That did not happen. So the question is, why is that happening to me? And will this not be considered discrimination compared to the other STR owners? When I purchased the home, I was told I can park 4 cars. I have a letter from the previous owner. He was parking 4 cars for 6 years on this home before I purchased it. That's what I was told. But now my parking allocation has gone from 4 to 3 because I got only a letter from the board for 3 cars to 2 now. So I cannot host my family anymore, in this home because the occupancy of STR also reduces my own personal occupancy. So I have 2 sisters in India who have never been to Lake Tahoe, and I want to bring them here with their families. I can't anymore. So the purpose is defeated for me for this home. So I don't have any other choice. I mean, I will have to seek court relief because I feel that there is some injustice that's being done here. And this exposes the county, to significant cost and to me as well, which I think is not appropriate. So in conclusion, what I will say is that HOA letter should be used to determine parking allocation. I don't think it's planning department best practice to actually be interpreting CCNRs, and I would ask you to follow that. BCC should approve my Tier 2 permit because that is per the code. However, if the Tyrolean village were to limit only 10 occupants in their home, then I will have to follow that. So as I'm obligated to follow the CCNRs of Tyrolean village, but from you as a body, what you're obligated to follow is basically what the code specifies. So even though you grant me STR2, I would still be limited to 10. And I think that would be a fair trade-off here. I have some additional information about disagreements between HOA and board members. I will skip that. And then there are significant issues with Rule 8.3. I will not cover it. But in case you need me to go over it, I can.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Any board comments before I open it up to public comment? I'm not seeing any board comments. So, Madam Clerk, this is a public hearing. We will open public comment.
We do have 2 individuals signed in remotely in Incline. The first one is Nancy Carlson.
I believe I've unmuted myself. Is that correct?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Clock starting?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak. My name is Nancy Carlson. I'm an Incline Village resident. This permit was limited to 8 occupants in May when it was approved because there are only 2, not 3 parking spaces. The home is 2,500 square feet with 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. On-street parking is not allowed due to the narrow road, and the owner wants you to allow 12 people, 10 to 12 people in this home. The owner has said that everybody else parks on the streets, so it should be allowed in his case. This is not allowed in the CCNRs for safety regulations. The road for ingress and egress to Tyrolean Village is narrow. High-density housing was never the plan for this community or for this town. Incline Village was designed as a second home community. We have 9,400 residents. Only 4,000 of those are full-time. And now we have 900 short-term rentals, about half to 2/3 of which were permitted. Incline Village is the only community that doesn't limit short-term rentals in the basin. The roads, parking, and infrastructure were never designed for this type of high-density living. Tyrolean Village has limited parking, as do many planned communities in town. Those who violate parking requirements park in other driveways, in front of driveways, or on the narrow streets. They don't care. They don't live here. This is a safety hazard. Many of the problems we experience in Incline Village can be traced back to short-term rentals. Over 12% of our housing units are short-term rentals. In 2020, 90% of the Washoe County short-term rentals were in Incline Village. Lack of workforce housing, increased traffic, and trash, 8,500 pounds that were picked up on July 4th, and noise, lack of staff for local businesses, and the risk of fire and limited egress options for residents on our roads are all related to the dramatic increase in short-term rentals. No other community in the Lake Tahoe Basin has unlimited short-term rentals. Reno and Sparks do not allow short-term rentals at all. They're only allowed in unincorporated Washoe County, where 90% of the short-term rentals are in Incline Village. Those who advocate short-term rentals and who live in Reno are essentially saying, not in my backyard, but your backyard is okay. Please deny this Tier 2 short-term rental permit for 1447 Tyrol Drive in Incline Village. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Lou Kennedy.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for hearing us today. I'm Mary Lou Kennedy, a resident of Tyrolean Village in Incline Village. I'm here today to request that in your reconsideration of the board's previous decision of May 9th on the appeal of the STR license occupancy for the property at 1447 Tyrol, that you further reduce the allowed occupancy of this STR. Mr. Gupta has mentioned that he wants to be considered and treated the same as all other owners, but in fact, by setting up regulations, STR regulations, the county has acknowledged that the rules for STRs are not the same as for owner occupants. Nevada law requires HOAs to follow all county ordinances. Washoe County Ordinance 110.319 regarding short-term parking states that overflow parking spaces must be excluded in the calculation of required parking spaces within multifamily complexes. Within the jurisdictional boundaries of the TRPA, the following parking standards shall be adhered to. No STR parking is allowed within access easements or the public rights of way. All parking spaces must be approved to TRPA standards, developed on site within property boundaries, dedicated specifically for parking, and limited to the number of spaces allotted to the unit. 1 parking space is required for every 4 occupants. The inability to develop the appropriate number of spaces on site will subsequently limit the maximum number of occupants allowed in the STR permit. Since the garage and easement driveway are on common area and are not property owned by 1447 Tyrol owners, the garage structure is the only property on which the taxes are paid as a property improvement. That is the allowed parking for the unit. Technically, 1 space in the garage is the 1 guaranteed space reserved for the occupants per the TVA CC&Rs, guaranteeing 1 dedicated spot per household. The second space in the garage would be considered overflow parking and thus not usable for STR parking, according to Washoe County regulations. Please also consider that resident homeowners pay a disproportionate share of homeowners' fees covering water, sewage, trash, and road maintenance, when the average occupancy of residents is 2 to 3 occupants compared to 8 to 14 STR occupants. There is not a single owner-occupied.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for listening.
There's no one else in incline, but I do have people in chambers. Penny Brock, followed by Diane Schmink.
Penny Brock for the record. Please put my comments in the public record. Well, I didn't think we, the people in the Valley, had a dog in this fight. But after the last meeting, I realized that we do. Workforce housing, busing, these are going to come out of the Washoe County taxpayer money, the property owners. We do have a dog in this fight. STRs should not be allowed at the lake like they previously were not. It should go back the way it was. That will solve the problem of the workforce housing and the busing issue. I support the homeowners of Tyronian Village. This is their home. They bought their home years ago under an understanding of what it would be like. We, the American people, under our Constitution, have a right to our home ownership. It is not right for the Planning Commission or whoever came up and approved this brilliant idea to have STRs at the lake. I plead on behalf of the homeowners at Tyronian Village and the other homeowners. They have a right to their private property ownership, and it should not be infringed on by a change in the rules this late in the game. I sympathize with Mr. Gupa, but it's sad what's happened to him, but the existing homeowners should have a right to plead their case to again return their village the way it was. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diane Schmink, followed by Robin Richardson.
Good afternoon. I'm Diane Schmenk, 1443 Tyrol Drive. 1447 Tyrol Drive STR permit is about numbers. More renters, more money, more profits, but finite parking allowances. 1, 14 renters, Mr. Gupta's original application request. 2, 12 renters, Washoe County's permit approval. 3, 1 or more, Mr. Gupta's inaccurate statement of 1447's allowed parking spaces. 4, 8 renters. That was the result of the hearing that happened on May 5th, and I won't go into it again. 5, 8 renters, reconsideration at request of Commissioner Hill. I received Mr. Gupta's SaveTVA.com SDR group email, and I quote, "I am sure they are deeply anguished by these new rules and regulations that are negatively impacting property values at Tyrolean Village, much more so than in the rest of Incline Village," unquote. Nevada has prioritized STR tax income and STR investor profits, which impact Nevadans and their residential neighborhoods. That is when TVA property is devalued, not by those fighting to protect and preserve our community. 7, $21,520 is our deeply anguished number for our out-of-pocket cold, hard cash cost. for Washoe County and attorney fees. Our cost is not subsidized by TVA residents, nor is it recoverable by raising the rent. 8, what is the STR number today? 9, commissioners, please hear and respect our appeal. 10 and final, 6723, finance buzz. Lake Tahoe is the #1 worst U.S. city for a weekend getaway. Really, don't bother. Quote, it is struggling under the weight of tourism, is overcrowded and overpriced, and sometimes overhyped. The lake is losing its...
Thank you.
Robin Richardson, followed by Michael Richardson.
Good afternoon, Robin Richardson. I live about 6 houses away from the unit in question, so I go by there all the time. Our HOA has already decided that a Tier 2 permit is not allowed. Mr. Gupta at one point gave a presentation to our board saying, I love this community, I want to move here sometime. He's not making friends with his neighbors by continuing to push for 12, 10, however many Tier 2 occupants he is going to end up with. So there's a 2-car garage and no street parking at all. I walked by there last week and I saw two cars there, and it was still this way the next day. One was in the garage, the other was sticking out in the street. The reality is people don't follow the rules. It's not their community, they just don't care. 3 cars, who knows where they're gonna park those? 4 cars, impossible. So allowing this appeal to go through is going to open the floodgates for all of the other STR owners to appeal their permits. Many of these owners ignore the county's rules and our HOA rules. I went through Airbnb last week. I found 5 units that misrepresent the number of occupants that they can have. I will hand this in. One of them has been resolved after a formal complaint was put in, but it is, it's not user-friendly to put in a complaint. So I wish that was a little more streamlined. So we were asking for the county to uphold the rules that we put in place in our HOA. Please deny this Tier 2 permit. It's a real impact at our small community, and it's just way too many short-term rentals there. And Mr. Gupta can have as many family members there as he wishes if he gets rid of his short-term permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Richardson, followed by Paul Smith.
Oh, I see that. Oh, thank you very much for hearing us. As my wife said, we're 6 houses away. Mr. Gupta has a detached garage. That's important because what matters is when somebody comes there, they can't go into the garage and then go into the house. They must go into the garage, exit the garage, and go into the house. So what we have experienced in all the years of maybe 100 short-term rentals on the short-term rental renter next to us is that people come in with, maybe there's 8 people in the place, there's a minimum of 4 cars and sometimes 5 cars. When we see them come in, they never know where to park. They park anywhere. In the case of Mr. Gupta's place, imagine somebody coming in that has rented the place for the first time and has some kind of a document showing them how to access the building. They drive from Reno because they've just flown in, or they drive from the Bay Area or even from LA, and now they get out of the car, the husband and the wife maybe, nobody else, and they say, how do we get in? And so they run out and they say, we have to go to the bathroom. So they run out to go to the bathroom. They don't enter the garage. They go down to the front door and they fuss around trying to find the code. The husband doesn't have it. The wife's digging in her purse and she can't come up with it. She finally comes up with it and they get in the house. They go to the bathroom and then they explore the house. The car is now on the street. It's always been there, just as you saw that part. They finally finish exploring. They come back out and they empty the car, and now one of their guests comes in, and now another guest comes in. Okay, skip that. For 43 years, I was part of a father and son outing group. 16 men of all ages. We would love to have found a 14-unit place. Now, if we came there, say 16 of us or even 14 of us, for 14 units, we would have 8 cars minimum because we're all fathers and sons. We'd have loved this place. We did this all over the place. We did short-term rentals. I loved it. We had a great time. But there's no way if you allow 10 people or 8 people to rent this unit, they're going to come with 10. If they're allowed 8, they'll come with 10. And if they're allowed 10, they'll come with 14. And they'll have too many cars. And there is no... Now, Mr. Gupta misrepresented his statement today. He said only 2 things that I know are absolutely false. He said everybody else parks on that street. I'm an ex-president of the association. We drive down that street over and again. In the wintertime, there's no possibility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Smith, followed by Christina Hill.
My name is Paul Smith, and I live 3 doors north of 1447 Tyrol. Mr. Gupta's PowerPoint presentation today is devoid of any reference to the county regulations. His case relies instead on various opinions, complaints, HOA and county staff arbitrary decisions, and even the suggestion of discrimination. In a submission today, Mr. Gupta claims no easements are showing. Why? He answers his own question by stating he has a license for access over common land. Access is not parking. In the same last-minute submission, notice how he did not include the word no in his highlighted section. The sentence should read, no further designated space shall be allocated. Mr. Gupta makes our point that he has 1 space. The key reason Mr. Gupta fails to mention the county regulations in his PowerPoint is because 1447 cannot meet any of the regulations. For example, his garage is surrounded by common land, subject to easement and distant from and not inside his chalet parcel boundaries. See the reference here. Mr. Gupta's garage was built under county-recognized HOA and TRPA coverage agreement that let a property owner replace the 1 allotted space with a garage on common easement land that is recognized as simply a replacement of the 1 allotted. For example, consider the reverse. Could he turn in his garage and get 2 spaces out on the street? No, he would get 1 allotted space. Would the HOA permit a unit owner the simple fact is that 1447 does not meet any of the Washoe County STR parking regulations that must be met in order to certify more than 1 HOA allotted parking space to the 1447 property. I ask that you vote consistent with the county regulations for STRs and the HOA governing documents, which are part of the deed, by the way. So he talks about easements, it's part of the deed. And approve 1 allotted parking space for 1447. To do otherwise has no basis in the county regulations and flies in the face of the HOA. Then, to be consistent with the county regulations, I ask that the county commission order the staff is here, order the staff to update and correct all existing STR permits in the HOA Tyrolean Village to ensure that any approved occupancy and parking limit is in conformance with the existing regulations as cited in the code and the testimony that's been given today, and in recognition of the parking space allocations in Tyrolean Village. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christina Hill, followed by Beverly Hughes.
Hello, Washoe County Commissioners. My name is Christina Hill. I want to thank you in advance for listening and giving consideration to what I'm going to say. I respectfully ask that you vote to confirm the appeal of the Commissioner's decision to allow for short-term rentals with an occupancy of 4 people at the residence at 1447 Tyrol. In May of this year, the Tyrolean Village Homeowners Association Board voted to prohibit Tier 2 or Tier 3 SDRs. So now there's a regulation in our homeowners association to prohibit Tier 2. And to me, this is kind of a waste of time for the county to even consider approving it when you say that the HOA rules are the ones to actually be in effect. And the HOA doesn't allow Tier 2. So what are we even talking about? Anyway, you know, there's a lot of reasons why we don't appreciate STRs. I live next door to one, and it's a different person going in there every weekend. And, you know, it's a revenue generating operation. It's not a residential operation. It's a commercial operation. In fact, our association now calls them transient commercial uses, TCUs, not STRs. And the man, you know, since our chalets are so close and our decks are almost adjoining each other, my husband was out barbecuing and the other guys, you know, the other family was out there, and the guy turned to my husband and says, "So where are you visiting from?" And my husband said, "I've lived in this house for 30 years as a full-time resident. I'm not visiting from anywhere." And the guy was shocked. Oh, you know, it's like they think all our chalets are little rental cabins, that they, you know, don't even realize it's a residential neighborhood. They don't realize that they have to get out and shovel a parking spot, or, you know, they have to not park in the street, or where do they put their garbage, or, you know, there's a million things that they think is going to be taken care of for them like it is in a hotel, because that is basically the use that they're using it for, is a hotel. So, you know, I know in your objective, one of the objectives of Washoe County is to support a thriving community. Well, you know, thriving doesn't always mean making money. Thriving can be quiet and peaceful and a happy community like it is in Tyrolean Village. Thank you.
Thank you.
Beverly Hughes, followed by Greg Irfani.
My name is Beverly Hughes, and I have lived in Tyrolean Village for over 50 years. My late husband and I chose this community because it was quiet, residential location with friendly neighbors and beautiful scenery. Unfortunately, since the mid-1921, we have seen an unprecedented influx of short-term renters invade Tyrolean Village. I believe this is because Washoe County did not impose a limit on the number of short-term rentals, unlike all of the other counties that border on Lake Tahoe who did impose limits. Short-term rentals are not here long enough to read the rules that govern how to handle trash, deal with the wildlife that roams our roadways, follow the ban on outdoor fires, or respect the quiet and solitude of our location. I can tell you Mr. Gupta's noise monitors do not work. My neighbors, John and Nancy Manter, have not been able to sleep for the past 3 weekends because of people talking and frolicking on Mr. Gupta's deck at night. Please see the Manters' testimony they submitted. We don't have air conditioning in our houses, and the Manters, like most of us, sleep with their windows open. Their bedroom is next to the Gupta deck. I am asking that you limit the occupancy at 1447 Tyrol Drive to no more than 4 people at a time. Most houses in Upper Tyrolean Village have only 1 or 2 occupants. So this would give Mr. Gupta twice the occupancy that most homes have where I live. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to express my concerns.
Thank you.
Greg Irfani, followed by Mary Mika.
Hi, I'm Greg Irfani. First of all, thank you very much for your service to the community. We all appreciate it. None of this is easy. I think everything that Mr. Gupta said is just smoke and mirrors. For the reality is, when we buy a home in Washoe County, we get a deed from the county. And in our deed, it clearly states you get one parking spot. There's no confusion, it's one. 225 of us have acknowledged that and agree we get one spot. I know this is not this board's intention, but if you're handing out parking spots, I'd like 2 more also, because it'd be great. You know, property value will go up, everything else would be great. I could bring in more people. The issue also with increasing parking is you're changing the rules for everybody. That means you create a variance. When one person gets a variance, the next guy wants a variance. But they don't want the same variance, they want a greater variance. And it just starts a slippery slope that everyone's gonna want more, more, and more. And unfortunately, the amount of land our association has is limited. It doesn't grow with water. It doesn't grow with all the snow we got this year. It's still the same. And again, I just encourage you all to look at the county's own documents. It states that all of us get one parking spot. That's it. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mary Mika, followed by Stephanie Lundstrom.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you so much for your time. For the record, my name is Mary Meeker. I am Mr. Gupta's property manager. And I would like to address just a couple of things today. First, it is a pleasure working with Mr. Gupta. He is fair, he is honest, he is very concerned about his neighbors, and wants to make the situation positive. One thing I would like to point out is that as a property manager for all of our guests, I include the parking requirements in the listing, the educational materials that go to the guest prior to check-in, and I also monitor remote cameras. I was aware of the situation this weekend with a car that was parked inappropriately. I took every step I could to make that to make that guest aware, who was at a rehearsal dinner for a wedding that they were there to attend. I personally visited the property on Saturday and let the guests know that if that issue was not resolved immediately, that he was going to have to vacate and he would not be welcome back. So I have taken every step as a property manager to make sure that we're in compliance and respectful of our neighbors. The one thing that I would like to also add is that my role as a property manager in any situation is always to work with the guests or tenants and with the neighbors. I think it's important that we have healthy relationships so that we can have communication, even if we disagree, that we can be responsible and care about one another in a way that's appropriate. On Sunday, when I visited the home to do a walkthrough, as I always do following a guest checkout, I was parked in the garage. The garage door, we were having some issues with the app that we use. And so I had opened the garage, pulled my car out, gone through to secure the garage and was getting ready to leave. As I sat in the parking lot, as I sat in the driveway to put my seatbelt back on to leave, a little small Lexus pulled up behind me and blocked me in the driveway and sat there until I finally turned around. I was going to say something so that I could exit, then they drove off. I can't help but feel that this is one of the Tyrolean Village residents that do not agree with the STR situation, but I feel it was hostile, and that is what I'm trying to avoid. I was simply pulling out of the garage, had exited my car to close the garage, and was leaving. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephanie Lundstrom, followed by Kristen McDougall.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Stephanie Lundstrom and live on Styria Way in Tyrolean Village, or TVA. I thought it would be helpful to provide you with some background on STRs. During the initial STR permitting rollout in TVA, 20 of the 30 STR applicants fraudulently claimed spaces in overflow guest parking, shoulder parking, and spaces in our snow push areas as part of their assigned parking. Not only was this in violation of our CC&R's one guaranteed parking space, but it was also in direct conflict with the county STR ordinance. As you may imagine, TVA became a hotspot for STR parking chaos and over-occupancy related issues. So much, in fact, that out of all the STRs in Washoe County, a significant portion of Code Enforcement Officer Steve Oriel's time was spent just on TVA. As an owner surrounded by 7 STRs, some renting illegally to as many as 14 guests at a time, I can empathize with the neighbors of 1447 Tyrol. My family has been awoken countless times by STR noise, STR guests trying to enter our home, often after midnight, and deputies knocking on our door at 5 in the morning to obtain security footage to make an STR arrest. Given the extraordinary amount of time spent on determining the occupancy for 1447 Tyrol, I hope the owner will honor it. Unfortunately, we currently have several STRs in TVA renting above their permitted occupancy or without legal permits. This unneighborly and illegal behavior has been able to overwhelm our neighborhood due to a lack of enforcement. With over 900 STRs, Incline desperately needs a code enforcement officer on duty during the weekends. Otherwise, neighbors will continue to experience hardship just so a special interest group can operate for-profit businesses in residential neighborhoods. I appreciate the recent efforts by Chairwoman Hill in evaluating a much-needed cap on STRs and considering an increase in the STR permit fees. Rightly so, administration and enforcement costs associated with the STR program should only be funded by STR fees and not the general fund. As a taxpayer, I would prefer my money to be used to support workforce housing rather than subsidizing these for-profit businesses that destroy community and devalue the surrounding properties. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Kristen McDougall.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you very much for your time. My name is Kristen McDougall, for the record. This is my first time appearing before any such body. I am here specifically to voice my support for my neighbors who I came with here today. I am an Incline Village resident for greater than 30 years, Tyrolean Village as a renter initially in 1995 and a homeowner since 1997. Since my time in Tyrolean Village, I have to say that this issue has probably been one of the most divisive issues I have ever come to experience in my time in that neighborhood. The short-term rental situation, in my opinion, has gotten out of hand, and it has created a lot of issues that I have experienced directly myself, both locally in our community, and what I see as a bigger sustainability issue throughout the lake. And I'm watching our neighbors in communities around the lake take action to correct some of these extravagances on behalf of the short-term renters and their occupants. And I'd like to see that happen in our little area as well. One only has to take a drive down East Shore, Highway 28 to the 50 corridor on a weekend to know the impact of the massive onslaught of tourists that we are sustaining over the past few years, to see the impact on our pristine lake, our pristine beaches. Take a hike on a Sunday afternoon or a Monday morning down to the East Shore beaches, and you'll find them littered with trash, diapers, beer bottles, aluminum cans, what have you, all over our beaches and shores. And this is a really big problem for me, and I can't help but wonder if perhaps the STR problem has been a contributing factor in that particular scenario. And again, I mean, there's just a lot of I don't know if it's a culture thing or not between people who live here and people who come to visit, but there's conflict at times, and it's difficult to navigate, and it didn't used to be a part of our environment, at least to this scope. So I'm just asking for your consideration here and to maybe consider a bigger picture in your decision process as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There's no one else signed in, but I have received 17 emails that will be placed on the record.
Thank you. I look to you, Mr. Edwards, just to remind the board of what we're looking at today and the rules of engagement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few comments kind of lined up here that I want to go through, but first I was doing a little bit of research on something that we looked at back when the STR ordinances were being developed and adopted by the county, and there was a lot of discussion back at that time about whether or not the county should require, as part of the ordinance, proof by an applicant that their proposed use comports with the CC&Rs of that particular neighborhood. And the county rejected the approach of delving into the CC&Rs to make that determination. And I think that was based in large part on our view and our explanation to the County Commission of what CC&Rs constitute. They're private covenants between individuals, usually within a community, and they are for enforcement between those individuals and among those individuals. They are overseen and governed by an HOA within that community, and those individuals have rights against each other with respect to those covenants, conditions, and restrictions. But the county is not the master HOA throughout the unincorporated territory. It does not step in and overrule or give direction with regard to CC&Rs or the implementation of them. Again, those are left for the property owners. Well, part of the reason that we got to that conclusion was that this concept dates all the way back to Roman law. We're all the way back to Roman law, then into English common law, then into the United States, well, the colonies, effectively, and then the United States, and then still to this day in Nevada are the law in Nevada. The English common law is the law in Nevada unless it's been expressly overruled by statute or constitution. So it goes back for quite a ways. But one of the reasons that we and others have taken this view regarding enforcement of covenants and servitudes such as this, I thought was summed up kind of nicely in an article that I had looked at. It's a Cornell Law Review article from 1988 by an author named Susan French. And there's a paragraph in her sort of introductory section, and it reads as follows. The concept of interest running with the land is elegantly simple, but the law governing servitude devices is a mess. I have described it previously as, quote, the most complex and archaic body of American property law remaining in the 20th century, end quote. Others have described it more colorfully as, quote, as an unspeakable quagmire, confounding intellectual experiences, and an area of the law full of, quote, rigid categories, silly distinctions, and unreconciled conflicts over basic values, end quote. George Lafoe went so far as to say that, quote, since the first English case interpreting the first English statute on the subject, commentators have doubted that the courts understood the law. And a study of judicial opinions from Spencer's case on is bewildering at best, end quote. I thought that was a great summary of trying to delve into CC&Rs and why the county is ill-suited to do so and why the residents of a particular community are left among themselves with figuring out what they mean, how they apply, and how they should be put into effect. And so the county made that judgment call back when it adopted its short-term rental ordinance. And it was very clearly part of the development of the county's law on the subject. As you make your determinations here today, I wanted to start off with that because I think a lot of the arguments that are being put forth hinge on what is the meaning of the CC&R provisions that are on the table or that apply within this community. There have been amendments, which you've heard about recently, concerning Tier 2 short-term rentals within the community. There are interests that the neighbors have expressed within the community as amongst themselves that are valid interests. I mean, they're important. It's not as though they don't matter, and it's not as though you don't care, and it's not as though the code enforcement responsibilities of the county are simply blind to the fact that these property owners have these interests amongst themselves. However, they are interests amongst themselves and not for the county to apply. You received a memo, I believe, from Jennifer Gustafson in our office explaining sort of what I'm talking to you about right now concerning CC&Rs and their background and the fact that the county is should not be the one interpreting and enforcing those. That said, what you are here to do today is to make a determination based on substantial evidence. That's the linchpin legal standard and concept in land use law in the state of Nevada and in fact all over the United States. Substantial evidence means facts in the record that would cause a reasonable mind to support a conclusion. If there are facts in the record that would support a reasonable mind to make whatever conclusion you make, then in Nevada, the courts will uphold that, even if there are also facts which would have supported the opposite conclusion. That's why it makes your job a little bit difficult, but nonetheless, that is what you're focused on. What are the facts in the record that would support the conclusion, whatever conclusion it is that you make today? With regard to the number of spaces, you are free to simply consider what are those facts. How many cars get to park in that garage and that driveway that are assigned to that unit? You're free to make that determination yourselves. You're not bound by the CC&R's calculation that each unit is entitled to at least, by the way, they say it's something along the lines of at least one parking space. That doesn't mean that it's just one, even if you were to adopt that approach. It means that they get at least one. But you are free to assess the facts in the record and make that determination for yourselves. I made a few notes here as it was going on. There's a lot of reference to ideas that are important to this debate about STRs, but not relevant to your decision today. So a lot of things that were mentioned about how much workforce housing is available. Important part of the debate, not part of your decision today. How many STRs there are in the community. Again, important part of the debate, but not for you to consider today. The fact that other jurisdictions have caps or bans, that's not relevant to your decision today. So I want you to stay away from getting into those considerations. Those are considerations that go into the formulation of policy at the outset. Do you allow them? Do you not allow them? Do you have caps? Do you have bans? Do you limit them to certain areas? All those types of things. For now, those decisions have been made in the ordinances in Article 319 of the Development Code. There's been some suggestions that Tier 2s have been banned within, like I mentioned, within the community. Again, that's not for you to enforce. The fact that you do or do not approve an STR permit application does not allow the owner to escape application of CC&Rs that do in fact bind that owner. So for example, if today you approved a 12 unit or a 12 person occupancy limit on a Tier 2 STR, that would entitle the applicants in this case to have that under county law, but that does not mean that they are exempted from whatever provisions apply to them with the CC&Rs, and that would be for the neighbors to address, perhaps in a lawsuit or something of that nature, if they were motivated to do that. But that would be between them. The county code even envisions that exact concept in 110.319 10H3. It says that when you get your STR permit, it does not relieve you of complying with whatever CC&Rs do apply to you. You just don't decide what those are. There's been competing letters from the HOA's attorney in this matter. To be totally fair, think back to that opening paragraph I read to you about how from the very beginning commentators have quipped that courts have never even understood, how the complexities of these types of things. So it makes some sense that there's some divergence of analysis when it comes to the effects of the CC&Rs and those types of things if you start to get into that. But what I think is more important is that the statements of an attorney, I don't think, should be regarded by you as evidence. So I'm a recovering trial attorney, I'll put it that way. I tried cases for years as a criminal prosecutor and also as a criminal defense attorney. Some people don't know that about me. So I tried cases on both sides, and one of the most common jury instructions that we had in a jury case was that the statements of counsel are not evidence. And that's important because lawyers are pretty persuasive, or they can be anyway, and so they sound really confident and eloquent and convincing when they talk. But what they say generally is not regarded as evidence. So I think you can simply, again, make your determination based on the facts and the record rather than deciding whether or not you're bound by one or the other letter from the HOA's attorney. In interpreting what the parking provision regarding an access easement, in interpreting what that means for these purposes, I think you'll do well to be guided by the statement of purpose in Article 319. And the section specifically is 110.319.00. And one of the statements of purpose there indicates that the STR rules are meant to reduce impacts on other properties. So when you're deciding what does access easement mean for these parking purposes, does this driveway constitute parking on an access easement, or does it constitute parking within an area that the owner of this unit gets to park? You can consider the fact that the purpose of the article is to reduce impacts on other property owners. There seemed to be some indication from the appellant that if he simply withdrew his STR application and just used it for his family, then it would be okay if he parked or they parked in that area, as long as they're not jutting out into the ingress and egress part of the common area there. That's telling to me because that sounds like acceptance of a conclusion that in some contexts you can park in that driveway as long as you're not blocking other people getting to and from their units. So does access easement simply mean the overall ingress and egress areas, the sort of roadways within the subdivision, or does it mean also the driveway that is limited to, by everything that I've heard, the use of the owner of the unit, the driveway and the garage? I think you can make that determination based on the facts today. I'll finish up with this. I believe I heard Mr. Gupta indicate that he was willing to, I guess, file down his request and seek 10. And he can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I heard that somewhere along the lines in the presentation that he would be happy with that. That would essentially be a tier 1. I think you could call it a tier 1 or a tier 2, whatever you want. It would be doing less than what is on the table today in the agenda and not more. I think that's probably okay if that were a road that you wanted to go down. But just remember in the end that you need to make your determination based on the facts in the record. Substantial evidence is the name of the game, and that's what the courts are looking for. And if you have other questions as this unfolds, please let me know. My comments are, I think, somewhat broad on this, but this is a very complicated area of law. And for anyone who's been to law school, part of the reason that when you finish your first year of law school, you can never have a normal conversation again for the rest of your life is because of your real property class. And anybody who's been there knows that. It's the most alien, foreign, bizarre thing that you've ever heard. You have traditions about people handing each other clods of dirt and stuff like that, and that is like a symbolic, sacred process and all these kinds of wild ideas. So in the vein of all of that, I offer those comments. Know that if this feels difficult or confusing, you are not alone. That is what this area of law has engendered for its entire existence.
Thank you, DA Edwards, and I really appreciate your explanation and going in and explaining why HOA law and covenants and deeds are so confusing. For me, I think last time I reviewed this, I got caught up in those deeds and covenants and got very confused. So I want to stick to the county code, and the county code essentially says that the HOA has to supply a letter. The HOA supplied a letter that there was 2 spots in the garage and 1 spot on the driveway, and so I am prepared to move forward with the staff recommended motion let's see, I just want to make sure, to agree with the Director of Planning and Building's partial approval of the Tier 2 and let the rest of that work out with the HOA, because obviously if we approve that today, the HOA will have to discuss what they would approve. And it sounds like just a Tier 1, which is up to 10, but I would caution the board on moving forward with any of those complexities, because before us today we have a very specific motion. So that's where I'm at. I wanted to explain where I'm at on that, and I think, as many public commenters have stated, and we've heard from many community members over the last few months, we are looking at a cap at this board level in August for this, and not looking at that today. And we're also looking to increase STR fees, and staff have been given direction from both the community and commission. Specifically, I have given direction for staff to look at increased enforcement, because that's something we definitely need within this community. So that's where I'm at today. I'm excited to hear from my fellow commissioners. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was sitting up here trying to figure out how I could channel Judge Judy and get her to intercede here. And then Mr. Edwards came forward and did even a better job than I think Judge Judy would have done. I've been a property manager for 40 years, a real estate broker for 47 years. I always believe in private property ownership. And on the other side, I believe in the folks that have to live in this community, that are living in this community, have probably one of their biggest assets in life is the ownership of those homes up there. I think I met with Mrs. Smith probably last February or March on a snowy, rainy spring day in a McDonald's and talked about this. And I think it's kind of coming right back to what I talked to her about that day. This is a homeowners association issue at the end of the day. We can have our short-term rental ordinances, but if somebody really wants some changes in their homeowners association and their board, they need to address that amongst themselves. I mean, we're being asked to settle a squabble amongst neighbors, and you have a homeowners association for that. So I think Mrs. Hill gave us some good observations when she made her comments. The property manager talked about going out and inspecting it. Miss Lundstrom, I thought she was going to break down up on the microphone, and Miss McDougall, a long-term resident there, is worried about the complexion of her community. Would any of this have happened if the county hadn't been in the short-term rental business or regulation of short-term rentals? I hate to see neighbors pitted against each other. And we're in the middle trying to put on a black and white shirt with a whistle and referee this thing. This is tough. This is really tough. On one hand, you've got private property ownership, and the other side, you've got homeowners that are affected by this. So that's just my comments. I just wanted to make those observations. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other commissioners? Commissioner Andriola, looks like you want to say something. Are you not ready?
I'd like to get on the record a couple things.
Sure.
May I have staff? I'm not sure who thank you. I just want to get on the record. You had stated in your presentation that the letter dated on January 4th, 2023 is the letter that was received and the letter to which you followed in terms of the allocation of parking spaces. Is that a correct analysis?
That is correct. I believe it was either the 4th or the 2nd, but
It's
yes,
the 4th.
early January was the letter.
January 4th. I'm going to have that embedded. I've read so much on this. So I wanted to just ask, the letter that was dated on July 15, 2023 that was submitted, that was not recognized by the county as a instrument to use to determine parking allocations. Is that a correct statement?
In our review of that letter, the one that came in over the weekend, we did not find anything that essentially rescinded the previous letter. And in fact, it was non-committal in that regard. So yes, we're still deferring back to the January letter.
Thank you. In your analysis, in terms of alignment of code, do you evaluate the easements in that consideration, or is it just the letter that states the appropriate parking spaces that are allocated?
If it's clear that there's parking within an access easement, that's a violation of code specifically. We could not find anything in the recorded documents, recorded maps showing this driveway as an access easement or public right-of-way. It was neither. It's common area as far as we're concerned.
Thank you. May I legally or protocol ask Mr. Gupta a question, please?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Gupta, thank you. As DA Edwards stated, I heard the same thing in terms of your willingness to look at the occupancy of 10. Was that correct in terms of my interpretation of what you stated?
Yeah, so I can answer that actually. So right now, the way things stand, and I actually included that in my presentation as well. Let's say the county gives me 3 spaces and I go up to an occupancy of 12, per the county code. There has already been a rules and regulation passed as part of the homeowners, like themselves. They've said, hey, we are only going to allow 10. So I am bound to honor that. So from my standpoint, again, even last time, Commissioner Andriola, when we got this decision that we got down to 8, like right away, I told Mary, let's reduce the occupancy to 8 because we don't want to do anything illegal. And people, talk to me as, some, selfish guy who's coming here to make money. In most cases, if you look at the financials for a STR, this is not good business. I'm better off investing money in an S&P 500 index fund. That's going to make me more money than running an STR. In most cases, we just have a home that I want to enjoy for maybe 10, 12, 15 weekends. And for time I'm not enjoying, I want to rent it out to at least get some cost avoidance, if I may use that term. So I don't want to create issues for the neighbors. I want to follow the law, and that's what I plan to do. And I'll take the feedback. I told Commissioner Clark as well, I have no ill will for the community, even though we've gone through a long process. I understand their concerns, and we will try our best to make sure that this is not an issue for them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Okay, I'm looking to my other commissioners. I'm not seeing anything. So I will make the motion if folks do not have any more comments. So, based on the record of appeal and the evidence presented at the May 9th, 2023 public hearing, as well as this public hearing, I move to deny the appeal and affirm the decision of the Director of Planning and Building to partially approve the short-term rental administrative review, case number WSTR, TRAR 22-0013 Gupta for a maximum of 12 persons. This motion is based on the finding that there are 3 designated parking spaces allotted to 1447 Tyrol Drive in Klein Village, Nevada.
A second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any question on the motion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And just to be sure.
Nay.
Okay. That motion passes 4-1. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your time. And we will now go to item 14. Mr. Manager.
Yes, item 14 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And DA Edwards, I'm really pushing you today, but could you help us remind the public commenters about the rules for engagement when they come to speak to the county commission?
Sure. Give me just a second.
Absolutely.
Public comment is welcome. I'm taking this from the agenda, by the way.
Thank you.
Public comment is welcome during public comment periods and is limited to 3 minutes per person per public comment period. Unused time may not be allocated to other speakers. A speaker's viewpoint will not be restricted. However, reasonable restrictions may be imposed upon the time, place, and manner of speech. Irrelevant statements, unduly repetitious statements, and personal attacks that would objectively antagonize or incite others are examples of speech that may be reasonably limited. All comments are to be directed to the commission as a whole. During the general public comment period at the end of the meeting, which is this public comment period, speakers may address any matter either on or off the agenda.
Thank you very much. And as a reminder, it would be helpful if you also were quiet so we could hear the public commenters, and if commissioners are addressing the public comment, if you could please hold your comments until you are called up by the clerk. So Madam Clerk, if you could please call our first public commenter.
Janet Butcher, followed by Sandy Tibbet.
Janet Butcher for the record, frequent commenter. On June 10th, 2023, it was posted that the June 13, 2023 Washoe Board of County Commissioner meeting was canceled. There was no explanation forthcoming. The word in the community was that 3 commissioners were heading to Washington, D.C. to meet with the Porter Group, which is a lobbyist entity. Basically, no transparency on the real cause of the meeting cancellation. So today I want to tell the rest of the story. So when one of the commissioners stated the following, quote, "When some of these people who frequent these chambers find me and my children in public, come up to us, call out my name, make rude comments, and even go as far as filming and photographing us. In one instance, a woman came up to us and started accusing me of things that are not true, and my children walked away startled and anxious. I believe this type of behavior is unacceptable," unquote.
Perhaps they were referring to me, as I did approach the commissioner while they were standing in line to enter the Drag Queen Story Hour at the downtown library. I was amazed that she looked so lovely and refreshed if she had had to return from DC on a red eye based upon the information that was out in the community. Actually, at the time I approached the commissioner, I did not see the children standing right next to them, and someone else had just gotten through speaking to the commissioner. As a mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother myself, I would never intentionally malign another mother in front of their children. My words were something like, "Commissioner, you must have taken a red eye from DC to get here." The look on the commissioner's face was stunned, like they didn't think anyone knew about the plans of the 3 commissioners to go to DC. I'm gonna have to be quick. Anyway, I apologize if I startled her children by asking for a clarification. I will close in saying transparency is paramount, and a lot of things could be taken care of if you were transparent. When a commissioner states incorrect and misleading information from the dais, people get anxious and it is hard for them not to contain rebuttal from the audience. I await the next dressing down of the community.
Next commenter.
Sandy Tibbet, followed by Drew Ribar.
Sandy Tibbet for the record. What is the chair and the county manager afraid of? Why haven't they put any of the items on the agenda Commissioner Herman and Commissioner Clark have requested for discussion? Repeatedly, they've asked for multiple items to be put onto the agenda, only to be ignored or fed excuses. The Commissioner's Rules of Procedures Handbook states under Article 5, any commissioner may place an item on the agenda by requesting it in a public meeting or by contacting the county manager. So I ask again, what are they afraid of? Losing control and being exposed as criminals? Or losing the next election and being held accountable for their corruption? Probably both. Commissioner Herman requested a bill regarding election integrity to be put on the agenda so it can be heard and discussed by this board before the 2024 elections, only to be given excuses by the county manager, by the chair, and by legal counsel as to why it cannot be added to the agenda. This is a delay tactic being used to maintain their control and attempt to gain an advantage by postponing their decision. We were told by Hill at this June 27th meeting that the elections cab would be put on a July agenda. And here we are, it's July, it's the last meeting of July, and there is no elections cab on the agenda. Again, we were fed a hollow promise to give us false hope. Commissioner Clark, along with many other constituents, have professionally and respectfully requested opening public comment be added to the agenda so we, as a board and as a community, can collaborate and work towards restoring and maintaining decorum. Again, ignored. Even though we've been told repeatedly the board wants to hear from their constituents, they want to hear the people's concerns. More worthless and empty words. The people of this county have respectfully and professionally come before this commission on multiple occasions to provide overwhelming evidence of election fraud, to voice their concerns about election fraud, to share their own experiences of election fraud, and to request meaningful action to ensure our elections are free and fair from fraud. The people of this county have been voicing their concerns and providing solutions for these concerns for a lot longer than 6 months. A lot longer than 6 months. All these frustrated voices falling on deaf ears since November 2020. How about bringing back and voting for an out-of-state election consulting company after the same company was voted down in a prior meeting? Where was the respectful procedure in that shady process?
Next commenter.
Drew Ribar, followed by Penny Brock.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Drew Rebar for the record. I'm a local businessman of many decades now. Out of frustration with our local government and state government, I have began recording my interactions with government. On July 15th, I went to the Gender Dysphoria with Children Storytime Hour. I used that definition as part of the DSM, which is the Diagnostic Statistical Manual of Mental Health Disorders. I was recording, disseminating, and I did publish information. Each of you should have information in your Facebook messages so you can see the videos. I was trespassed for filming, I was assaulted for filming, and I was battered for filming. You have liability. Director Jeff Scott did these things to me. You also have liability under Grenier versus O'Connor-Ratcliffe, decided by the Ninth Circuit. Director Scott admitted that he has blocked many, many, many people from social media in their freedom of speech in dealing with our local library system. I reach out to you today to give you this information and the hope that you would reach out to me and try to mitigate the damages that have been done before I have to take further action. I have filed a criminal complaint today. It took me since Saturday, I've been trying to file a criminal complaint. I was finally able to file it today against Director Scott and the others involved in the conspiracy. My constitutional rights were violated. I was assaulted, I was battered, and I was trespassed. I was trespassed for filming. This was decided that it was unconstitutional under Fordyce versus Seattle many years ago. For the rest of this, I'd like to play you Director Scott and his comments.
Well, you're funded with public money, right?
Yes, but you're spamming the site.
But you're government, right?
Yes.
So freedom of speech, right?
But you can't spam the site.
Well, did you know that there was a ninth?
Blocked other people who spam the site. So.
You did? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I only one, so sorry to make me feel special.
Oh, no, I'm just trying to let you know. Did you know that the Ninth Circuit ruled that it's unconstitutional to block people from social media?
That's not our legal ruling on that. So.
Well, that's what the Ninth Circuit says.
Great. That's not our legal ruling on that.
Okay.
So.
I'm just advising you, you're breaking people's constitutional rights.
That's not our legal ruling, though.
Well, according to the Ninth Circuit Court, it is.
That's not our legal ruling, though.
Well, we'll find out. I'm just letting you know, sir. So what you're saying is you blocked a lot of people.
People who spam the site, yeah.
So we're supposed to be inclusive. We're supposed to have equity. I guess that's unless somebody in government disagrees with you, and then we just silence them. Thank you for listening to me. Have a good day.
Next commenter.
Penny Brock, followed by Nichelle Hull. Ms. Brock has provided documents that have been distributed to everybody. They will be placed on the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Penny Brock for the record. Please include my remarks and handout in the record. I sent an email to all the county commissioners on Sunday, July 16th. Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Hill It bounced back to me, so I knew they didn't get it. So I asked the clerk to pass out that email so they would know I did do full disclosure to all of the 5 county commissioners. This pertains to the library board meeting on Wednesday, this Wednesday, 4 p.m., July 19th. The public is not being allowed to attend that meeting except by Zoom. This is an infringement of our freedom of speech and the right to redress the government with our grievances. There is no reason that meeting should be held by Zoom. Number one, this is under the open meeting law. I also did not find an email to the library trustees. It appears that we have to go through Director Scott. He's like the fox watching the chicken house. The same thing will be with the books, should anybody submit a form. But why bother? Because it's Director Scott that will get it. But that's another issue for August. Anyway, this is, why is this meeting a virtual meeting? I would ask the county commissioners if this is even legal. Of course, that would go to the board attorney. Where is the meeting going to be held? By the library board of trustee. The public requests a location where we can come together to watch this virtual meeting and make our 3-minute comments. I've asked the director to provide a location no later than today at 5 p.m. Per the U.S. Constitution, the First Amendment, we have a right to attend public meetings, and especially under the open meeting law. We have a right to freedom of speech and redress our government, in this case, the library board. So it's concerning that we are being denied that right. I am sure that Commissioner Alexis Hill and Commissioner Andriola, who are facing re-election in 2024, will not be happy that their voters will be denied the right to this in-person meeting. It would seem County Manager Eric Brown does not need more problems to navigate with the public than he already has, and will not be happy that this virtual meeting decision. You are putting the Library Board of Trustees in a difficult position. That refers to the director. I doubt that the Friends of the Library Foundation will be pleased to learn about this blatant banning of the public attending, which should be an open meeting. It is sad it appears the director is trying to hide from the public to whom he is accountable. It's very disappointing that this ongoing action by the library director helps us, the community, understand why he was fired at Berkeley. Thank you so much.
Tracy Thomas, followed by Catherine Snedeker.
Hebrews 4:16 teaches us, so let us confidently approach the throne of grace to receive mercy and to find grace for timely help. Giving lip service to mutual respect is less than sincere when the chair robs public commenters of their precious 3 minutes by talking over them when she, in fact, is the one not comprehending the actual topic of an item. I never received an apology, but I still extended grace. I could have filed ethics complaints like many did that day, but I extended mercy and did not persecute her for her poor choices and behavior. Another commissioner clearly demonstrates an ineptitude for this position when she immaturely attempts to chastise a whole chamber for the actions of a few. She was the pot calling the kettle black. She could have practiced what she preached and reached out specifically to the offenders rather than embarrassing herself in public record. Again, I have not received an apology from her, but I can extend grace because she is young and still has a lot to learn. She hasn't yet learned that you can't address the splinter in someone else's eye until you address the log in your own. I don't attend every meeting, but I do attend quite a few. I certainly don't attend because I have nothing better to do, and I certainly don't attend to be vindictive, which is the sole purpose of the unilateral removal of public comments from the beginning of the meeting. One person is responsible for all of this discomfort you are going through. You are not misdirecting you are misdirecting your ire onto the public when it should be placed toward the chair sitting next to you. Unfortunately, not everything is as simple as moving a flag. I did send an email to every commissioner on March 2021 regarding concerns of things I observed in our election processes. I received one reply. 3 of you don't work with her either. So I am now forced to bring my concerns to these meetings. I used to provide copies of exhibits for all of you, along with my contact information, until I was informed the commissioners were throwing them in the trash on the way out the door. And leaving our info with the comment cards is clearly useless. At the very least, you could at least return placing times on certain agenda items. That way, more folks could be here for Mr. Brooks's poems, which apparently he didn't make it today either.
Catherine Snedeker, followed by Nicholas St. John.
For the record, I go by Catherine Snedeker, non-person, non-resident, unenfranchised, natural-born American woman. You know, it's really hard to give you any respect because you show no respect for us whatsoever. You're sitting in those chairs, three of you, by fraud and deceit. There's some sitting over here that did the same thing. You come to us. You ask us to vote for you. We'll represent you. As soon as you sit in that chair, boom, representation for developers only. You're essentially telling us, fuck you, we're not going to do anything for you. Don't you interrupt me. Do not interrupt my free speech. Just shut the hell up.
Please do not curse.
You don't interrupt me. I don't care what I say, my time, my speech. You shut the hell up until I'm done.
Do not curse.
I'll curse anytime. Go ahead. There, I gavelled you for interrupting me. It's my time, my free speech. You're not my representative. The three of you are not my representative. And I don't give a fuck if you like what I say or not.
Please do not curse.
You know what?
One more warning, and I'm happy to ask you to leave.
How about this?
Ms.
You
Snedeker.
shut the hell up.
Ms. Snedeker,
Shut the hell up.
Ms. Snedeker, can you please leave?
No, I'm not.
Please.
This is my chamber.
Yes, I've asked you to leave.
No.
Ma'am.
No.
Ma'am,
I
can
did.
you please
Who
cut
did
the
I
mic?
harm? Who did I harm? Tell me who I harmed.
Ms. Snedeker.
You tell me who I caused the harm to, and I will leave, because I'm not a person.
Ms. Snedeker, please. I'm asking.
You know what? Apparently you're
Would you like to continue your remarks without cursing?
Just shut up.
Ms. Snedeker. Can I have some help, please?
I'm not cursing.
Ms. Snedeker, I've asked you to leave.
Why? Is shut up a curse word now?
Ms. Snedeker, thank you very much. I hope you have a great rest of your day. I've asked you to leave. Thank you.
Fuck you.
Madam Clerk, who's the next public commenter?
Nicholas St. John.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Okay. For the record, Nicholas St. John, a natural-born man as well. So my comments, while they will be to the board, I don't expect answers. And for four of you, you can kind of ignore this. One of the things that's come to mind is that there is a disregard for the law. And so if you go into a court or you get summoned to a court and you do not show up, then the court says you acquiesce and that you are guilty as charged. So what we see is that there is apparently a thought that there is someone who believes that they are and is acting as if they are above the law. Of course, that is for our chair, Alexis Hill. So I have one question. It is a yes or no question. And that question is, do you believe you are above the law? Just simple yes or no answer. Still waiting. You may want to inform them what acquiesce means. So we appreciate being able to come in here. We appreciate being able to ask a question not answered.
There's no one else signed in, but I have received one email that will be placed on the record.
Thank you very much. We will now move into item 15. Mr. Manager.
Item 15 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, and topics for future agendas.
Okay, Mr. Manager, do you have anything for us?
I do not, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm looking at my board members, and I see Commissioner Clark has signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to request for future agenda talking about Zoom meetings, 100% Zoom meetings. Apparently that's a concern for some of the folks. Also, I'd like to have a request, attorney-client privilege meeting. This is the second time I've heard about a Washoe County employee putting hands on people. I think we need to talk about that. And lastly, I'd like to see something on the agenda in the future for upgrading, tuning up, not a total, complete remodel, but fixing up the senior center right across the parkway here. I don't know when the last time it was painted inside and out, when it was carpeted, a little refurbishing. I understand a couple of years ago the kitchen was remodeled, but I think we need to make the senior center more inviting. I think we heard that time and time again today, that folks in the community are concerned about the treatment of seniors and making seniors' lives better. Also, I'd like to explore the possibility of having showers over there, having a laundry area over there for seniors, showing movies several times a week, maybe opening a barbershop or a beauty salon of some type, somewhere where folks can spend the day there and have an enjoyable time rather than just show up for lunch. So I think we need to concentrate some more time, energy, and resources to the seniors. Again, the fastest growing segment of our population, some 100 to 125,000 seniors in the county, and we should be doing things to help those that have played by the rules their whole lives, paid the taxes, and now maybe need a little bit of help. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Andriola.
I just wanted to request that when the STRs do come back, if there's an opportunity for staff to include the costs. I understand that there may be a fee, revisiting the fees for STRs, that there may be a cost analysis in terms of STRs being able to pay for the enforcement piece of it and staff time, so that we don't actually have it being funded, if you will, by staff time under the general fund. So I'm looking for maybe something that might support that when it does come back.
Great. I think that's coming mid-August, so that's exciting. Vice Chair Herman.
Once again, I agree with many of the things, in fact, all of the things that Commissioner Clark has said, and I second that. And I hope that we don't skip out on our election cab item again, and I'm hoping that our election integrity bill will just come to us the same way. And thank you very much.
Thank you. And Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I forgot to add one thing earlier. So the county is going through a language access plan right now. It's currently underway. And when we were listening to item number 8, Eric Wilrich's presentation about Speak Up, our new e-comment platform, it was nice to hear that any comment that is submitted through this platform in any language will be translated so that we have access to it here. And I'm looking at a public comment on the last item. So I thought that was a great addition to a really important step.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Clark, I have you signed in again.
Last comment of the day. I want to thank the security staff for being here today. I want to thank the sheriffs for being here the last 3 meetings. I know it's a long day for you to stand up back there and listen to a lot of this, but thanks for being here. And thanks for all the staff reports today. Thank you.
Thank you. And DA Edwards.
Yes, Madam Chair, now that things have calmed down a little bit, and I know it's difficult in the middle of a moment when someone is yelling and things like that in the meeting. However, I wanted
actively
to
cursing at the commission.
And so I wanted to go over with you some information for the record, just so it's part of the record of this meeting. You had asked Ms. Snedeker to stop cursing multiple times. You gave multiple opportunities for that to happen. You were then yelled at even more, and there was more cursing. You had then at that point asked her to leave the chambers. And I guess what I want to ask is, had you made the judgment at that point that Ms. Snedeker was willfully disrupting the meeting to the extent that its orderly conduct was made impractical?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. And that's the standard in 241.030. Like I said, in the middle of a situation like that, it's often difficult to, call to mind statutory numbers and things like that. So that's understandable, but I did want to get that on the record and get your assessment of that on the record before you adjourn for the day.
Thank you, DA Edwards, and I'll make sure I have that chapter ready to go hopefully it will not happen again, but if there is an opportunity, I will make sure I state that after. I appreciate it. Okay, with that, thank you for a great meeting. We are adjourned.